It's on Xbox.
Welcome, Wanderer. I sense
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Death Must Die Thai No Art offers please chilly weather in EU.
times indeed.
Hickory.
So many
Welcome to my
fear
channel.
Inexplicable.
Lurking.
Good morning, welcome.
I deal in it.
Good morning.
And you seek answers. This will lead you to the knowledge you desire. Legends state this rune
What's
is a
that?
missing piece of an arcane construct.
That's a spider.
A mighty weapon capable of harnessing ancient power.
It's a six-legged spider.
One strong enough to control it. But be
Minion builds are back.
For the construct is buried deep beneath Kyrgyzstan, in the ancient vaults of
Kyrgyzstan?
Sultan Kul. Untouched for centuries, they are protected by deadly traps of Kul's own design. And guarded by his mechanical horrors. But
In Diablo 2, they would have shown that girl having the skin melted off of her face in full CGI with no cuts.
architect Sultan Kul overestimated his cleverness. In his hubris, the mage abandoned his work, leaving darker forces free to corrupt his machinations and claim the vault's power for themselves. The answers await you in the depths. Take the rune, if you dare.
Diablo 4 is still shit? No, I think Season 2, like, I'm gonna say it. I enjoyed my time playing Season 2. I did. I enjoyed the game. I thought it was fun. And then whenever I stopped having fun, you know what I did? I quit. I quit the game.
Exactly.
I stopped playing it. I said, you know what? I don't want to play this anymore. It's not fun anymore. And so I didn't have that problem. I didn't go back and do the Abattoir of Zir. I didn't do any of that stuff. I just played it on release and had fun. I didn't buy the Battle Pass. I didn't spend any money on the game because I already bought the game. It was $70. I mean, fuck,
Yep.
What else are you going to ask for me? And I just logged back in. I played it for a few days, maybe a week. And I got level 100, beat all the endgame bosses, and then I quit. It was great. I had a lot of fun. Now, obviously, they put in a lot of announcements for this, talk a little bit about the game.
Marketing.
And so let's look at what the announcements are going to be. What's this here? Seasonal mechanic. A robotic Seneschal companion. I don't know how to pronounce that. A new dungeon type called Vaults. A new dungeon type. Okay, so there's going to be like 10 new dungeons. And arcane tremors. Okay, well, what's that? I wondered. Season 3's questline will investigate an ancient device, the Loom, designed by Zoltan Kul. Ahizan leads you through the vaults to stop the demon Malphas's corruption. Sushizel companion, your own companion, will act like a mercenary that will aid you in combat. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. That's kind of cool. And this is a great idea for Blizzard, because what can you do with a companion like this? You can sell skins for it. I've got a good feeling that this mechanic is going to go. This mechanic's going to go core. Yeah, that's a good idea, isn't it? Right? Yeah, there it is.
HVDES.
And so, yeah, you
Welcome
got your
to
own
my
Skitterbot
channel
right here. And governing the turning stones in the main resource to control the companion, determine the attacks which your essential can perform. I think I'm going to play Necromancer this league then, if that's the case, and you know I'll have like a full-on minion build. This will be really cool. Yeah, maybe he can act almost like a carrion golem. I don't know. And so yeah, we'll look at. Oh, these are some of the new stones. Ambush, doing damage to a target. Channels a ray onto them. Legs, we can doing damage to all surrounding enemies. Okay. Governing stones, supported skill effects, size is increased. Oh, this is great. I actually was really hoping that they would do like AoE sides and stuff like this. Yeah, this is good. I'm glad they're adding in stuff like this. This is great. Player gains the amount of primary resource when supporting skill first deals damage. That's great. That's really good for Whirlwind, stuff like that. So yeah, I'll look into this, and you know, I'll probably. Well, I'm not going to look into every single one of these right now. It's not really that big of a deal. But you know, looking at a few of these, decrease cooldown of supported skill. Use supported skill grants damage reduction on you. Supported skill gains critical strike damage bonus. Like, all of this stuff seems pretty decent. Yeah, okay, great. So they're basically adding, like, support gems onto skills. Wow. What a novel idea. I wonder if anybody's ever tried that before. But, hey, you know, at least it'll be good, right? At least it's finally a little bit better. And Mini has more customization than your skills. Yeah. And so, Vaults are specialized dungeons, house elemental hazards, devised by Zoltan Cool. I really hope that they don't try to force you into using elemental resistances by, like, ham-fisting it into the endgame. I hope that doesn't happen. World Tier 3, Nightmare Vaults unlock. Vault sigils drop alongside typical Nightmare Dungeon sigils. They can be crafted, which require Pearls of Warding to create these vaults. Oh, where do you get those? Probably Helltide. Okay, so earn Shattered Stone, dispatching elite constructs grants pearls. Okay, never mind, it's not from Helltide. Arcane Trimmer sounds like a Blood Harvest type event. New Overworld linked to the new Vault dungeons. Okay, so Vault Helltide, got it. The Gauntlet Weekly Challenge Dungeon. Gauntlet will arrive later in the season. This is also a really stupid thing that I don't think that they should do. I think that, you know how they introduced Abattoir of Zir halfway through the Diablo 4 season? Like, I don't have their numbers, so, like, I don't really know whether this is true or not. But, like, I didn't give a fuck about that. Like, I don't want to play something. I don't want to come back. Like, after I'm done, I'm done. I don't want to come back and play again. So I wish they would just put it out at the beginning of the season. Maybe a week after the season would be fine, right? That'd be okay. But, you know, a month after, it'd be insane. Yeah, I'm not going to return back to the season. Maybe there's a lot of people who aren't like me, and they probably understand that better than I do, but I'm just speaking from, like, my own opinion. Players must skillfully combine strategy and expertise to achieve high scores. Yeah, sure. Leaderboards are being added. Leaderboards will track weekly Gauntlet champions. The final leaderboard is a historical leaderboard. The top 10 player performances in the Gauntlet of all time. The leaderboard is called Hall of the Ancients. That's awesome. Helltides now last for 55 minutes with a 5-minute break between each rotation. Really? So they're going to be up all the time rather than just up some of the time. Well, that's going to be really good for a lot of casual players. This is like just a minor thing, but I think that they should make Helltides and the Blood Helltides or the Vault Helltides be able to overlap. Because, like, imagine how much of an absolute fuckfest that would be, and it would be so fun. That would be fucking awesome. If, like, you actually, like, multiplied the mob density, that would be crazy. It would actually get people to go out into the open world. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I know. But we'll see if that ever happens. Either way, PC players, this is a huge thing. Massive Diablo W. PC players can now navigate using WASD keys on the keyboard instead of your mouse. And there's an extra stash tab.
Really?
I wonder how much that costs Blizzard. Is this the season that's going to save Diablo 4? Is this the season that proves that Blizzard is finally listening? Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm just gonna play the game.
Just play.
I'm past the point in my life where I'm going to have a toxic relationship with a video game. I'm sorry. I'll play the game. I'll see if it's any good. And if it sucks, I'll play another game. And if you don't want to play it, you don't know if it's worth the money, you can watch me, watch any of the other guys. You can watch Elon Musk. Maybe he'll stream it too. So, like, I'm not that worried about it. I'm not stressed about it. I'm gonna play it for sure. And if it's problematic, then I'll just quit after the first day, and that's it. Yeah, Diablo Ted Cruz, when? Well, I don't know if Ted Cruz would like Diablo. You know, he's a very religious man. But yeah, season 3 looks pretty good. Huge W for Blizzard adding WASD. The new pet seems like a great way to sell skins, and I'm excited to see how Blizzard can further monetize their game.
So ever since I made my video about the dark gold selling underworld of classic WoW, a number of people have come forth with even more shocking information that will make my original video look as innocent as Sesame Street. This rabbit hole goes much deeper than you think. We've barely scratched the surface of just how disgusting the RMT world
Oh, look at that. It's a bunch of completely legitimate players.
is. I've
A
been
bunch of
lucky
Lost
enough
Ark
to,
enjoyers.
Interview a long-term gold farmer and
Welcome
seller
to my
who's in the
channel.
business for 10 years and has a very eye-opening perspective
Holy
on the industry
shit.
with a lot of insider information. 2, a gold-selling website themselves agreed to do a written interview, meaning they didn't get on voice with me, but they
Yeah,
did
no surprise.
write answers to my questions. And this has provided a keen insight into how the website and the kingpins of the industry enact their enterprise.
Okay.
On top of all this, some of the biggest GDKP group leaders have come forth to reveal
I could just PayPal to you guys with what I buy, add and remove gold from the equation completely, to be honest, because all I do is swipe card, buy gold, but items.
even more shocking truths than what I researched in my original video.
I get a fair amount of big buyers that ask me that. Yeah, I bet they do. Used to charge people IRL money just for a spot.
Pots are even bigger than what I thought, and it's gotten to a point
What?
where people are just PayPaling real money to GDKP leaders instead of sending gold because gold in the game has become so worthless and deflated. But for now, grab a beer and some popcorn because it's time to fully reveal the inside life of a gold seller. The most interesting part of interviewing a gold seller was
Yeah.
learning about how the hustle has evolved over time. Red Mage, who agreed to do the interview with me, started gold selling in the original Burning Crusade expansion.
Jesus, bro, this guy's been doing it for 15 fucking years.
Originally, he had a fairly basic factory job. He also inherited a cat from somebody who was too ill to look after the cat, and the cat itself had a number of health issues. I swear this is relevant because he had to pay for large vet bills for the
So you're saying that he farmed gold and sold it to pay for the cat?
cat. So he decided to turn to farming gold on his paladin and then selling it for real money to cover the costs.
Oh my
But yeah,
god.
that's basically how I got my start. Is to cover a significant medical expense for an animal. Roughly
Okay.
after the first payment deposited, my brother looked at it and he's like, "How did you pull, $420 something in less than a week?" And I'm like,
Yeah, true.
"Oh, I just farmed a whole bunch of gold on my paladin." He's like, "Why are you not doing that as a job instead of working at that awful factory?"
But he
Very good fucking question.
quickly realized that he could actually make more in real life money selling
Yeah.
WoW gold than working his day job.
Exactly.
$427 in under a week for farming a little gold on WoW on a single character isn't a bad amount of money
Mm-hmm.
if you think about it. Originally, all he had to do was farm RFD for blue gear, then disenchant it for radiant shards. Back
Yep.
in
It's because Razorfin Downs would give you small radiant shards. I remember I did this myself. And people would buy small radiant shards because they were used for fiery enchant.
the day, gold was much more expensive than it is now, very similar to the original classic WoW. But gold was pricey. I know of a few people who farmed gold, got over like 10 grand and went and bought a car.
Oh my
There was
god.
the old Razorfen Down dungeon. I could run the entire thing in about 6 minutes on the paladin, kill off all the enemies, and walk out with between 5 and 8 radiant shards.
Yep.
And on the hour basis at the beginning,
Yeah,
of
I did this exact same farm to get my my epic mount.
Burning Crusade that came out to a little over $22 an hour.
So back in TBC, you could
$22 an hour? Holy shit.
make $22 per hour. Adjust that for inflation, and that's $32 per hour. And that's just
Jesus.
on one character. He moved on to better farms and never actually used a bot to farm gold. He's been doing this for 10 years without getting banned. His theory is because that he played the game like a normal player and only sold a portion of his gold. That's the reason why he didn't look as dodgy to Blizzard and they didn't ban him.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Originally, he sold his gold to a website called MMO Pin.
At first, I went through a company called MMOPin, MMOPin, I think it was called. It was a small company that was actually centralized here in the U.S.
Really?
It was run by a grandmother and her grandson that lived in Montana. I
What?
was selling them gold for about $22 per thousand. And
What the fuck? Okay.
And they were selling it for about 25 to 40.
Then he moved on to websites like IGE and then IGEX when they've rebranded. Now, MMOPin also had a contributor system. The more gold you farmed, the more points you got on the website. And then you could actually redeem that to buy actual game keys.
That's smart.
There was also a forum and group chats where people collaborated their strategies on gold farming. The farmers were largely from South Vietnam. These were the Giga Chad farmers who knew all the best strategies to farm gold in the game. Because back in these days, you couldn't just find all the information out on YouTube.
The more important part...
Yeah, back then, people would have to, like, pay for guides and stuff like that, too. It was, like, a totally different thing because, like, people couldn't make money on YouTube naturally, so they had to, like, paywall stuff to, like, make money doing it.
That was the contributor forum. Helped people find different kinds of gold farms to help out with their current situation, chats, group farms. I did farm with a lot of people from not Taiwan, South Vietnam, I believe it was. Barely spoke any licks of English, but those guys were just fantastic.
By the way, guys, this video has been an immense...
Well, yeah, I bet. I mean, for them, this is like the best job they've ever had because, like, the economy over there in some of those countries is fucking awful.
Of work. It's taken me a good month to finally get this video completed, so I would really appreciate it if you did subscribe to the channel. I also like to give back to people who do subscribe to the channel, so if you want to know how to remaster the graphics in Classic WoW for the Hardcore WoW launch with a really clean UI also, or you want a spreadsheet with the best weak horrors and add-ons for parsing for every single class raiding in Wrath of Lich King Classic, then all you have to do is check out the description of my subscriber-only trailer. We then went to talk about how much gold he was making at his absolute peak and what the value was.
It depended on expansion. During Wrath of Lich King, I moved around 300,000 gold per month. At about...
Jesus, bro, that's more than the gold cap. Holy shit!
About between $20 and $23 per thousand. So about between, you know, I wouldn't say between $2,000 to $4,500 per month, depending.
$2,000 to $4,000 a month back in Wrath. That's actually pretty good.
When I moved it and who I moved it with.
Holy shit!
So again, adjusted for inflation, this is $3,000 to $6,000 per month.
Oh my god.
We also began to talk about how the value of gold began to deflate massively towards the end of Wrath of the Lich King. This was largely because more and more people like Red Mage were getting in on the hustle and selling gold, and therefore the gold had to keep on getting undercut. It actually deflated to $15 per 1,000 gold at the end of Wrath, and by the end of Cataclysm it was $7, and then by the time WoD turned up, you were lucky to actually get $1.50 per hour of farming gold.
Yep, that doesn't make it doesn't surprise me. It makes sense. Like back then, because you had the garrisons printing all the gold. That's what it was. So it's like, how are you gonna get people to pay for that if you can just get it for free? I mean, fuck. Yeah, I mean, damn. I think that makes a lot of sense.
But there was another problem in the gold selling world that was making the gold so cheap. And it's interesting to see how gold farming and selling has evolved because of this practice. Obviously, I'm talking about botting.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess that's true, too, yeah. Because, like, you got to think back in the day. Oh, Marquis Dragon. Holy fuck. Who remembers this guy? Yeah, this guy had all the botting guides, the cheating guides to, like, every game that came out in 2005. Holy shit.
This upsurge of bots really happened during the Glider days. This was the first good bot that you could buy and make a decent amount of gold with. It was so good that Blizzard actually decided to file a lawsuit against the bot owner.
Blizzard shot themselves in the foot. They managed to lose their case against WoW Glider, but they managed to keep the injunction on the sale of WoW Glider. The judge that was presiding over the case obviously had stock in Blizzard, so it made no sense he even had the power to do that, but you know, whatever. The guy who owned WoW Glider said, you know what, it'd be a shame if this source code got sold out to somebody, and it is exactly...
By the way, I think that it is, definitely should be against the law to, like, make a business out of basically effectively, like, scamming a game. The business is built around actively ignoring the in the rules of the game that like you sign up for. Yeah, it's against the TOS. Yeah.
What happened? So now you have an incredibly effective and powerful bot towards the end of Cataclysm that not only was undetectable because it ran below what the WoW Warden systems could detect it at, but readily available and being distributed under different names under many different companies.
So Blizzard once again boomeranged themselves in the face. They cut off the head of a Hydra and more heads grew in its place in the form of more bot companies. When Glider started,
I think that this probably would have happened no matter what, just because people would want to bot because it's easier than playing the game.
Around 20k users, but by the end of the court case, they had way over 100,000. So the court really didn't achieve anything apart from growing the World of Warcraft botting scene. Glider was incredibly difficult to detect because it worked underneath Blizzard's Warden system. Now, Blizzard's Warden system works like this. If your account gets suspected of botting, it will randomly download itself secretly while you are playing the game. So an actual program will be downloaded onto your computer while you have the World of Warcraft client open.
Wow.
And then this scans your processor log to see what other programs you are running. But the issue is that many bots are totally undetectable by Blizzard's Warden system, especially today because they haven't really made any effort to improve the system's ability to detect bots. The Warden system worked quite well originally. It was very vicious and effective at detecting bots, but the issue is that the Warden system was also too invasive on players' privacy. So to reduce the risk of legal issues, they had to dial back Warden's detective ability.
Yeah, that makes
Bot
sense.
software runs very deep on your computer below the operating system so that the Warden can't detect it in the processing log.
Yeah, I've never used botting software before or done that in any game, so like I know a good amount about it, but I don't really know how this works exactly.
And as far as I understand it, the Warden system cannot go deeper into your PC without legal issues. So Warden will never be good enough alone to detect bot software. And this is why GMs are needed so badly in the game. But obviously, as we know, Blizzard laid off more than 1,000 GM and support staff.
Yeah,
this is
so
why it takes
no
so
GM
long
problem.
for GMs
There
to
you go.
respond to tickets in-game and why bots are running rampant in the game.
I remember watching
As
this
we
video
know
when it
from the
came out.
recent Reddit Ask Me Anything that I talked about in the previous video, bots are able to run for months without getting banned, and are normally only picked up by the infrequent, let's be honest, big ban waves. Red Mage actually came quite close to getting banned because he had a close encounter with a GM, something that just doesn't happen anymore.
What the fuck?
There was a GM occasionally turning invisible, following me around Wintergrass, and I stopped and I looked up into the air where I knew he just reappeared and disappeared from, and I said, "Okay, come out." And he popped in. And I'm like, "Well, why are you following me around?" He's like, "I suspect you of botting." And I'm like, "Can a bot do this?" And I flew over and I saw an alliance, another alliance, and I ordered my kill squad to kill him because he was competing with me. They killed him, and he's like, "Oh, you're not a bot." And I'm like, "No, Sherlock."
And this is what is currently missing
Oh, I think he was multi-boxing. That must have been it, because like the kill squad, yeah, I think he's probably multi-boxing or something.
in the game. GMs actually doing stuff. Red Mage knows how to find and detect bots. He can go anywhere in the game and find one within 10 minutes. He then told me an interesting story about somebody exploiting and getting away with it in Cataclysm.
So then
very
why can't
badly.
Blizzard do it?
And he was a level 7 orc that was teleport mining around zones in Cataclysm. Right? At level 7. He did not get banned using this teleport exploit until the end of Warlords of Draenor.
So this
Oh my god!
guy was teleporting between mining nodes for about 5 years and he didn't even get banned. And this is how bad it was back
How
in the
hard
days
is it
of
to
Miss
catch
Pandaria.
that?
Imagine how bad the situation is now with even
Jesus.
less GMs. We also know that the PvP scene in Wrath of Lich King Classic is totally corrupted with hacking tools and win trading, and nothing is being done about it. We'll make an exclusive episode about that in the future also.
Yeah, apparently Wrath of the Lich King is full of cheaters. I don't know exactly why or how this happened, but it's extremely popular.
So, one question people are wondering is how do people avoid getting banned by selling and buying gold? Well, to be honest, it's actually very simple. There's a reason why Red Mage sold gold for 10 years without getting banned. One, you do it smartly. You don't trade a truckload of gold on a low-level character at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Secondly, you do it on a high-level character, so it actually looks like
It's a
genuine
trade, yeah.
transaction of gold. 3, as I've mentioned, you can get a guild bank to effectively launder the gold.
Oh yeah, you invite somebody to the guild bank, set their withdrawal amount to the amount that they bought or something like that, or put that amount of gold in the bank and then have them withdraw it. Yeah.
Funny how this worked 15 years ago,
It still works. 15 years, they still haven't figured this out.
and it still works today. The last option is to trade items of value to then sell on the auction house. This is the most safe way, but obviously there's a risk of not being able to sell the items or the price adjusting. But what normally
Yeah.
a gold seller would do is any gold that they didn't make by selling the items cheaper, they would just send at a later date.
Right. Holy shit.
One thing I've been personally very curious about is how these gold sellers stay on the right side of the law when it comes to paying the tax man.
The tax, dude, the government doesn't care about this. People that sell drugs pay taxes. Like, as long as you give them their money, they're not going to care.
And is it even against the law? Well, just from doing some basic research, it isn't actually against the law to sell in-game currency in a video game. So Red Mage was able to just set himself up as a self-employed person, do a self-assessment form, and you're good to go as long as you pay your taxes. Some people, however, decided not to do this. So
Oh, and that's the issue, right? Is a lot of the people that do this kind of stuff never actually pay taxes on it.
strategy is to make a fake company and set up this company in a different country where the US can't legally operate.
Oh, yeah.
If you think about it, it's probably very difficult for the tax man to tax a gold seller. They are selling a digital product, it doesn't actually have a physical form, and on top of this, it's in a virtual make-up-believe world. Secondly, the world is run by boomers who struggle to even understand what World of Warcraft is.
Yeah, they're never going to figure this out ever.
A good real-life example of this from my personal life is when I have to write what I do for a living when getting car insurance. Strangely enough, YouTuber or content creator isn't in the database. The company that Red Mage originally sold gold to got into a lot of trouble for evading tax by making a shell company.
Shell companies? Oh, absolutely. MMO Pin got the first company I worked with. They got in trouble with both the IRS and the Federal Trade Commission for doing such a thing.
Jesus.
They created a shell company in, I believe it was South Vietnam, to offload most of their sales to. They got busted for it because they were operating out of Montana, and they had a situation where both the IRS got on their and then the Federal Trade Commission got a raid of their servers in the U.S. that were, maintaining their website.
Bro, these guys got fucking swatted over this? Oh my god. Look at this. This is crazy.
And
The FBI
within
is
like
involved.
a week,
Look at
despite
this.
despite their backup servers, within a week that company was entirely gone. The last I heard, the person who was operating that website did I think about 3 years for tax evasion. I don't think the grandma did anything because she was like 85 and they just didn't want to deal with her health problems.
This company also had a bot farming enterprise working in-house, but
Yeah,
back
sure.
in these days, most of their gold did actually come from manual farmers. As the price of gold began to depreciate, the gold selling companies had to look for new strategies to get gold, and this is when the practice of keylogging entered
Yeah,
the
see, this is like another thing. Is a lot of the ways that like gold farmers make money is by just logging and hacking accounts, because then the players just get all their stuff back whenever they recover the account.
game. This actually happened to me personally a few times back in the day. It's the reason why the Blizzard Authenticator became a thing. What would happen is, first of all, you get an email that looked like it was
Got
from
it right
Blizzard, and just from opening the email, this would install the keylogger onto your PC.
Yep.
Either that or you buy a game key from a dodgy website, and this would then track what you are typing when you log into your World of Warcraft account or other accounts, and then that's it, game over. They have full access to your accounts.
A certain point after like the gold started hitting down about the $5 mark per thousand, a lot of companies started realizing it's much easier just to go fishing and see who they can catch and loot their account for everything they're worth than it was to, just have some regular dude working at a desk job farming gold all day.
And the thing is also, like, a lot of the people that this happens to, they just recover their account and they get everything back. It's not even an issue. That happened to you? Holy shit.
Was absolutely a problem. It still is a problem to this day, although the botting is more of an issue than just flat theft now.
Although Red Mage didn't actually bot himself, he had many contacts in the industry who did on a large scale. Pretty much from the dawn of time, you've always been able to run a bot consistently for 2 to 3 months before you get banned. Now,
yeah, I'm not surprised about that.
Red Mage's theory on this is that Blizzard have always done this intentionally to farm a little sub-money on top of the money needed to buy the game, and furthermore to increase the amount of money that they can make in the future with the WoW token.
The thing is, that could be true. I mean, I can't imagine, like, I mean, it's, fuck. I mean, it's Blizzard, so who knows?
To confirm my theory that gold farming companies will reverse engineer the bots that you can find online with their own software engineering staff, and therefore no longer have to pay the monthly fee for the bots on other websites. It's pretty simple basically. They can employ a freelance software engineer to reverse engineer the bot, and there you go, they have their own bot that they can operate in-house without any fees. Towards the end of the interview, we talked about retail WoW and how the WoW token in the long term has changed the gold selling scene. Has it truly reduced and...
Oh my god, look at all that stuff! Holy shit! All diligent farmers.
Really reduced and ruined the RMT process like Blizzard claims it does? Well, to nobody's surprise, it hasn't. Okay, not only can you actually now buy game time cheaper by purchasing WoW Gold on third-party websites than buying a WoW token to effectively play the game for half the price, it has also severely reduced the real money value of gold.
Yeah.
Now, 300,000 gold costs $11 on retail WoW. That's a lot of cheddar for such a small amount of real money.
Yep.
And it's the direction that Wrath of Lich King Classic is now heading because they've got the WoW token in the game. All that really needs to happen is the gold sellers now have to undercut the WoW token, and therefore they have to run more bots on their PC to continue making the same amount of profits. And now with virtual machines, this honestly just isn't a problem for gold sellers at all.
Yeah, it's also because, like, running the game isn't that hard, right? Because, like, it's fucking RuneScape or World of Warcraft. So you can run, I don't know, probably like 10 virtual machines on one game. On one computer.
Just have to make a few changes to increase the amount of gold they are farming. It doesn't deter gold farmers in any shape or form.
Yep.
Effectively, Blizzard is setting by using the token, setting a price minimum.
Yeah.
And all the bots have to do is be below that price minimum.
Well, yeah, but I think that the more below it you are, the more you're going to sell. Because, like, you know, buying something for 10% less and then risking your account isn't as appealing as buying something for 50% less and risking your account.
At this point, it is just painfully obvious that the WoW token is in the game purely to make Blizzard more profit.
Oh,
And
yeah.
what's even more stupid is now that they're making more money with the WoW token, obviously more profit, they're then not spending this profit on GM support.
People will argue that, oh, well, Blizzard's technically not selling gold. They absolutely are. There's no way for a player or a person to track if they're putting tokens up there themselves. We don't know the algorithm it uses to calculate.
So this dude thinks that they're selling the WoW tokens. Blizzard is the one that's making the WoW tokens. I kind of don't think so, but who knows?
It's price.
Who knows?
You do not know a lot of factors in how that is operating.
Yeah. Why wouldn't they? I feel like it'd get leaked and
So
people
I don't know
would
about
quit.
you guys, but it really feels to me like Blizzard barely care about fixing RMT issues in the game. My theory is that they dedicate a very small budget for game master support, especially
Yeah, there's
for
like one guy.
Wrath Classic. They are only doing the bare minimum to ensure that the situation doesn't become ludicrous to the point where bots never get banned and the economy goes out of control. But honestly, I would argue that we're already halfway there. Bot accounts are able to farm for months and normally only get picked up by these big ban waves. And it's got me thinking, why on earth are these big ban waves not happening once a week instead of only every few months?
Blizzard says that the reason why they don't do ban waves all the time is because they don't want people doing A/B testing and figuring out what exactly is triggering it so they can change the bot. But the problem is that if you can make money botting and you know that the account will be profitable, the amount of money that you can make is just the amount of money of accounts that you can make yourself. So I think that it doesn't really work.
If it's a financial issue, then Blizzard just need to come correct and spend the money to employ GMs to find the bots and get them banned. The shorter a bot's life, the less profit they will make. They have to consistently ban bots fast enough in order to make the business unprofitable on a large scale.
Yep.
And then we'll just be left with idiots who use bots for personal use rather than companies running multiple computers with hundreds of bots purely for the sake of making a real world financial profit.
Yeah, I mean, and those are the worst ones, right? Because that's where like 90% of the bots are, is like people with companies that are doing it and they're running like 500 bots. Not just like one guy who's botting Warsong Gulch.
It's also extremely cringe when they announce in a blue post that they've had an account banning wave. It's like a child trying to get approval for a little scribble they've done in class to get stuck on the fridge. Like, f*** off, bro, seriously. They shouldn't be banning accounts once every few months and expecting us to be impressed. They should be doing big ban waves weekly to purge them out of the world
of Warcraft.
Well, it's like what I've said before. If you can make your money back with the bot, the amount of money that you can make is just it's a matter of an algorithm, right? It's just simple math. But like, if you're making your money back every time that you start botting, why wouldn't you keep botting?
I don't think a bot should be able to function for longer than a few days without getting banned. They do these blue posts to get a pat on the back from us, but honestly, it's more of an embarrassment for them, because they make themselves look like clowns.
Look at them all.
Fair enough, their warden system does seem to have a limitation due to its legal issues, but I'm going to remind you of a little story that I've talked about on the channel before when I played a community Pokemon MMO. Now, I was botting in this game. Alright, I admit it, get your pitchforks out. What I was trying to do is farm EP values on the little Paris Pokemon in Mount Moon. In fact, I wasn't even botting. I was actually just using Razor Synapse macros. And after doing this for about 20 minutes, I was automatically flagged for botting and had to type in a captcha to verify that I was human. I don't see why Blizzard can't do something similar. Why can't they develop some kind of AI software that detects when you're doing something sus in-game? For example, a player these days very likely won't instance farm the same dungeon over and over longer than 2 hours. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if less than...
It's because they don't give a shit, that's why. Of course they can figure out all the people that are big in Botanica that are botting. Like, how is it that the players know where the bots are? Everybody on YouTube knows where all the bots are. Everybody on Twitch knows where all the bots are. Everybody knows where the bots are except for Blizzard. Come on!
1% of players right now actually farm gold these days. So when an account is farming gold, it's already pretty suspicious. Make those accounts verify that they are human, and once they've done it multiple times, a GM then knows that that account is human and then they'll stop doing it. Or, you know, a GM will already be able to see when an account isn't a bot account. Because if they've been actively doing normal player stuff for years, like raiding, then it shouldn't really need human verification.
Right.
But if an account has done nothing but farm Botanica from the day of its conception, from the day that they paid for the level 70 boost, then obviously that's suspicious. There should be...
What are we even... Yeah, exactly. What are we even talking about? Somebody spends 18 hours or 23 hours a day in Botanica every single day. Come on!
A way of automatically detecting whether an account has done nothing but farm golds. Golds? Don't know why I said that.
Yeah.
Nothing but farm gold for a few days. And then a GM should be monitoring that account to see if it's a bot. Blizzard seriously need to invest in AI technology to help them in their fight against bots and actually employ more GMs for human...
I don't think they need to invest in the AI. They need to just invest into just hire people to fix it. Like, if you guys think about it like this, if you had the tools that Blizzard probably has, and they gave you 8 hours a day to find bots, do you think you'd be able to find a lot of these bots and figure this stuff out pretty easy? Because I think I would.
Verification, especially before gold farming companies start investing in AI technology, because they definitely are.
Of course.
Another big issue is how RMT selling isn't against the law.
Welcome to
Hopefully
my
there will be
channel.
progress made in the real world to introduce laws
That's not going to matter.
and restrictions on the practice of RMT.
Yeah.
This would make it harder for the industry to function, which would be a great deterrent.
Yeah, it'll make it harder, but like
Fucking
it's
Germany's
already
gonna
kind of harder
destroy
for
the
somebody to
venom.
set up. Like I think it's kind of illegal to set up a business that's built off of breaking the terms of service of a game. Like if the business exists through an outcome of breaking the terms of service of a game, like it's not a legal contract in the same way, but to an extent it is. And I think that people have gotten shut down over that.
But the problem is, how do you, make the practice in any shape or form illegal when it basically has no direct negative side effects on the real world? It only really affects the in-game world, and who cares about that in a courtroom full of boomers? Maybe an argument could be made that there is negative side effects in the real world for consumers of video games. But anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Be sure not to miss my next episode of Stronger Form Vice, where we'll be going over my interview with an actual gold selling website.
Those won't do bad news.
Anyway, my name is Goblin.
Yeah.
On to my next video. Ciao.
I do think that like if you're making a business off of another company's like I don't know, I think that like there's a line, and doing this kind of does cross the line. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I think the problem is that Blizzard doesn't invest a lot into solving the problem, and they just kind of let it happen because maybe they're making money off of it, and at the end of the day it doesn't really matter that much.
Right, so there's a message from a gentleman about rough sex. A few of your partners in the past enjoyed it. You have enjoyed it. You want me to say a few things about it. There's no particular question. You just want me to say a few things about it. So I guess like my opinion or something, yeah? Okay, so if there's no particular questions, I can only just say a few general things. First of all, what are we talking about? We need to be clear. What is rough sex? In my definition, rough sex is when you are doing some kind of aggressive, violent elements in sex, and they are sexually enjoyable and consensual, right? It's important to define this clearly, because otherwise we'll be talking about different things and we'll be disagreeing with each other without being aware of that. So BDSM is not rough sex. It is exploring other themes of power, restriction, different sensations, different experiences like that. It's highly ritualized, so it is not violent. Really kind of hard, heavy sex that might get like super passionate and get into that zone of being a hard fuck is not necessarily rough sex either. In my books, rough sex is when people are treating each other in a kind of a violent and aggressive manner in sex, but it is enjoyable and it is consensual, like I said. So it's things like pulling hair and slapping and grabbing and pinning down and choking and things like this, yeah? So something that is just really fast and stimulating, physically really fast and hard, is not rough sex, and something that is violent and aggressive and it is arousing you because it is violent and aggressive, because you're feeling that, then that is when people enjoy rough sex, right? So do women enjoy rough sex? I think it is obvious, it is clear that this is a place where women can go. A lot of women can access that part of their sexuality and they will enjoy it. It is important to remember that this is a part of female sexuality. It is not what women want, and this is what they want sex to be. It is one of the places that can be enjoyable for women among other kinds of sex and other parts of their sexuality. And then we also need to raise the question of what are we getting out of different kinds of sex? What is the different value and the benefit of them? Yeah. Still, it's quite clear that a lot of women have that in them to enjoy that kind of sex. It's kind of a place they can access in themselves. It's clearly something ancient, something that is quite primal and primitive in that way, that has roots. Why it has developed, there are a lot of people online who will tell you exactly why women love rough sex, because it's about, you know, this evolution or that evolution. It's important to remember these are all just opinions and assumptions. There is an actual science to evolution. Basically, you know, you need to show why some kind of evolutionary adaptation gave you an evolutionary advantage. There are criteria that need to be satisfied scientifically to prove that that was the cause of this effect. Yeah, it's all very good to have, you know, beautiful theories about it that make sense. You know, you can like smoke a good joint and have an epiphany why women love rough sex, and it will make total sense to you. But it actually has to be proven, you know, in evolutionary science that that is actually the reason for it. There was a famous case, for example, with female orgasms. There were a lot of theories about, you know, why female orgasms are good for reproduction or evolution. They all made sense, you know, why they would be good for reproduction, but actually they failed the scientific criteria. And there was a researcher, an accomplished evolutionary scientist, who kind of showed that, you know, all these theories didn't really, you know, stand the test of science. But then she had to apologize, you know, to do a little bit with the woke culture and stuff. So you've got to be careful with these theories that people are proposing when they're so sure on YouTube why women want rough sex scientifically. You know that it's because, you know, they really want to be treated rough because it shows them that the man is a good provider or whatever. You know, you could put forward another theory just as easily, which would make even more sense. And you could say that, you know, the reason that women enjoy rough sex is because until 100 years ago, they were pretty much if you think about what sex was for women, you know, we often forget this. We think about this female sexuality as developing, you know, in this, like, you know, really pleasurable experience. But let's think about, you know, what sex was until 100 years ago for women. It'll be safe to say that, you know, 99% of it was non-consensual, as in, you know, the woman didn't really want to have sex with her partner. If you consider that, you know, until then people basically married, you know, without love, you know, as arrangement through all strata of society, you know, from upper class to, you know, the villages. And we can probably assume that, you know, a very large proportion of it was violently non-consensual. The woman was the property of a man, and the man did whatever he wanted with it. He got sex when he wanted
to my channel.
Woman, you know, practically never wanted to have sex with that man because she was not into him in the first place. And that is just marital. You know, if we don't consider how many women were, you know, constantly in the position of being absolutely, you know, in somebody's control, somebody in authority in all sorts of different contexts. And in every woman's lifetime, you know, there would be like 5 invading armies going through a village, right? Maybe not 100 years ago, but certainly, you know, from 500 years ago and all the way back until the beginning of time. It would also be sensible that, you know, there was some kind of evolutionary adaptation that would allow a woman to enjoy some of it because it was happening all the time, like some kind of a physiological Stockholm syndrome, you know. I'm not saying that is what happened. Nobody knows. I'm just saying, you know, you can put forward all sorts of theories and, you know, that would make sense. And if we take this theory, well, you know, then things appear a lot more kind of, you know, tragic, don't they? So the objective, balanced, reasonable look at rough sex would be that it's one kind of sex out of many different kinds of sex that a woman might like. And some women like going to that place, some women don't, some women like it sometimes, etc., right? Just one of different kinds of sex. But that is, of course, not what is happening here. There's this whole massive distortion and misrepresentation that this is mostly the kind of sex that women want to have. So we have to be really careful with that, with everything in sex. You know, it's not binary. It's not that, you know, some things are okay to do and some things are not okay to do. Like, everything is okay to do. But things become really problematic when we misrepresent how significant something is, how much value it gives, what is the actual benefit of it, how much should we focus on that. That's where you get massive distortions that can really affect people's sex lives. So to the extent that rough sex can be enjoyed for a thrill, for fun, absolutely, but it has been taken out of all proportions. And this is mostly, I think, more of a cultural phenomenon more than anything. So one of the harmful ideas that are spreading really wide at the moment is that generally women love rough sex, it's essential for you to be a lover because that's what women want, even if they don't tell you. There's this idea that, you know, generally women get hot and wet for rough sex more than anything else because it's reminding them of something back in the day, because it's instinctive, it's natural, it's something what a real woman wants from a real man. So that kind of narrative is, you know, really harmful. It's toxic. It's normally spread by, you know, very particular circles that we can argue doesn't have the best knowledge of women or the best connection with women, and this is an ideology that serves their agenda, but it is spreading really wide. The reality is, you know, that we need to remember is that it is a spectrum. Absolutely, nobody has cancelled the spectrum. Some women are into rough sex, some women are not into rough sex, they detest it. Some women are somewhere in the middle, probably the majority. Women who can be into it sometimes on certain days, it's fun, they'll go there. Other days they don't want to do that, they want to do something else. They certainly don't want to do just that in their sex life. There will be women who want to explore something like this, but they don't want to start with it. When they start a relationship, they want to get there to a place of, you know, real intimacy and comfort with the lover before they explore that kind of thing, which means that you still need to make love in a way that is not rough, for a woman to build that sex life with you in the first place, where she can explore this. And then if she's the kind of woman who enjoys this kind of sex, she might want this on some days, not on other days. Now, I'm talking about like a healthy landscape. Yeah, I'm not talking about how this has been distorted and how people have been conditioned to be really out of balance with these things at the moment. So one of the critical things, I think, is that men still need to keep the mindset that they need to ask a woman if she's into rough sex, because there's almost this mindset appearing that when you have sex with a woman, you should be doing something rough, because that is what women want. And it's kind of a given. You should never volunteer it. Don't just, you know, do it on your first date without, you know, talking to a woman about it first, because in the best case scenario, you just made a really bad impression that you can't come back from very easily. You know, roughing somebody up when they don't like that is not going to be the same as being, you know, a little bit off on the clitoris. Yeah. In the worst case scenario, you have traumatized somebody because you don't know where this woman has been, what kind of, you know, situations she's been in before, if she's been traumatized before, she's been assaulted before, she was nearly assaulted before, if she's just really sensitive and she has read this as an assault, you know. So there's all kinds of reasons why you shouldn't just assume that women are into rough sex. So you shouldn't think that, you know, being a rough sex lover is essential. It is not essential. Not all women are into it authentically. You also shouldn't feel that, you know, this is the most important.
Motherfucker.
Rough sex is definitely not the most powerful experience that women can have. I know this from experience of working with women. Rough sex, in my opinion, is kind of low value sex. It doesn't have that much for a woman. It will feel like a thrill. It will get her out of her head. So she will lose herself in the moment, which women find very valuable because, you know, they pathologically suffer from not being able to be in the moment. But in terms of, you know, let's talk about like the nourishing, nutritious value of sex for your life, which is a really useful exercise to think about, you know, because I think we need to ask ourselves more, what do certain kinds of sex actually give to us, what value they have for us in our life, because we can like something might feel good, but it's just not enough to consider that, you know, because lots of things feel good, you know, drugs, junk food, you know, crap food, empty TV watching, social media addiction, you know, all sorts of things can feel good. We also need to consider what is the actual kind of nutrition, the value for us in our life, you know, how does it actually enrich our life properly, with what? So from that perspective, having fun with, you know, sexual aggression and violence in sex, you know, can be thrilling, but, you know, we would struggle to find much further value in it for yourself, for your relationship, for your energy. There are kinds of sex that are for women far more impactful, far more powerful. The more loving spectrum of sex for women is far more powerful when she's really loved through her body. It is an experience of a loving energy. It's kind of unknown in our culture. We don't really have the know-how about it, but it is, you know, the most powerful kind of sex for women. It really affects their sex life really deeply, their whole life really deeply, their well-being, their whole kind of emotional makeup, their relationship, themselves, their energies. So the loving part of the spectrum of sex is really, really powerful, far more powerful. It makes total sense if you think about it, all the neurological and emotional influence that you get from it. So this is a part that we forget, that we think that women love rough sex, but which is the part that we are feeding? Would it be still correct to say that women love rough sex above everything else if they had a really powerful experience of loving sex, and if that was consistent, and if we nurtured that part,
Holy
fed that part,
macaroni.
the woman was more conditioned to it, and then she had, an authentic experience with it to the same extent that she has an authentic experience with rough sex. Now, I've actually taken a lot of people on that journey, women, from that place where they had affinity with, rough sex, because they come from this culture, from this environment, and I help them to develop a loving sex life with their partners. And I've seen many times how women then from that perspective, they look at rough sex and what rough sex delivers to them, and they understand that it's good fun, it's good thrill, but they are under no illusion how much value it really has. And there is another really important consideration in this whole debate about rough sex and about sexuality in general. Actually, I have always found that sex is always explained to us by mainstream narratives and most people in this field, like it is some kind of a biological system that you don't have any control over. You just have to comply with how it works. It works the way it works because it needed to work like this in the cave times, and we need to carry on making it work in the same way as it did in the cave times. So if people had a reason for rough sex back in the primitive times, we need to continue having rough sex because it is our nature or whatever. I don't think sexuality is a fully autonomous function like nutrition or something that you completely have no control over once it is in your body. I think a sexual experience, if you wish it to be, is a very conscious experience, and you can create whatever you want out of it, and people do. There are many kinds of sex that people are having now that they were not doing in the cave times. So why are we being told that because of some evolutionary reason that women enjoyed rough sex, now women should be enjoying rough sex and it's going to be the best sex for them? It might just be a part of us that is really primitive and we can tap into if we choose to do that, but we don't have to tap into it. We can just as well create all sorts of other experiences by choice. So I think a very important question in sex is, what do you actually want to feel in sex? What do you want to create? And not trying to tap into some kind of a primitive biological response. So to illustrate that, okay, women can tap into a place where they feel being roughed up by a man in a primitive way is arousing for them. So it's a bit like saying that, for me as a man, I can tap into a place where I'm a killer, because that is also a really primitive core function that is probably a part of us. And it's probably true that, there is somewhere there a killer in every man that, will come out if, pushed sufficiently at a particular, moment, if you need to, I don't know, defend your family in the middle of a war zone or whatever. So you can probably tap into it, and it's probably true that it's there for all of us. Now, does it mean that I need to, be tapping into a killer now in my daily life? I decide who I want to be in my life. I decide how I want to live my life. The same can be said in this issue of rough sex for women. So they can tap into it, so it will work for them. But is it what women really want to do? Is this all you want to do
Welcome to
with
my
your
channel.
lover, to have rough sex, even if it has worked for you? Now, what makes sense to you? What would really fulfill you as a human being? What would be aligned with your relationship? Because you can create this, you can develop it. So rough sex is by far not the woman's greatest sexuality, and I actually find it quite tragic more than anything that it is becoming redefined as the woman's greatest experience. I think that's a really tragic turn in our sex culture. Now, there are reasons why rough sex is getting more and more airtime, though. Women are getting more and more into rough sex. They're leaning more into it, and they're also transmitting that message to their lovers that this is basically like the sex that works best for them. Again, I'm not saying that women don't enjoy rough sex. Of course, some women enjoy it, and some women enjoy it some of the time. But I think a lot of what you're seeing now is quite inauthentic, that women are leaning into rough sex not for authentic reasons, and that generally it is not authentically represented how much women are really into rough sex. Women are generally in a crisis about their sexuality. Our culture doesn't understand how to access female sexuality deeply, how to really bring out the sexual energies. Women struggle to connect with their bodies, they struggle to feel enough in their bodies, they struggle to connect with sex, they struggle to enjoy sex. Now, I'm not saying it's total zero. Women are managing to different extents. But there's a lot of coping going on, you know, doing something because it makes sex work at least somehow, you know. Rough sex is basically like a brute force approach. You know, if you're given it, if you shake it violently, then you'll feel something in the world where you're struggling to feel something. Loving part of sex, you know, is really not working for women because it is really misunderstood and people don't really know the know-how, how to reach that most powerful part of the spectrum for women. So it's completely kind of out of reach. There is the boring, monotonous sex that is basically just rubbing a woman to an orgasm somehow, one way or another, and you know, similar approach. And then there is, you know, the extreme, intense practices, which are always preferable to the boring, monotonous sex because at least they feel of something. So for a lot of women, this has become, you know, a coping thing to at least feel something. Rough sex is basically like a defibrillator on female sexuality at the moment. Unfortunately, the more rough sex propagates, the less we are focusing on, you know, really awakening the woman's sexual energy in a way that can heal her and really empower the healthy, beautiful, rich flow of sexual energy for her. So women themselves increasingly are feeling that they need rough sex to feel something. You also have to keep in mind that people often think about sexuality as something like, you know, static. This is your makeup and this is what I'm into. People think that sexuality is something really instinctive. In reality, I mean, that's quite an idealized view. It would be wonderful if people were natural and authentic in their sexuality, but I think most of the time at the moment people act in sexuality more from a conditioned place, what they were exposed to, what they were conditioned to, what was fed, what was nurtured in a way, and also from a lot of external influence. They do in sex what they feel they're supposed to be doing, what they feel is expected, what is called good sex, etc. So I think actually a lot of sex is not coming from that authentic place of being really naturally connected with yourself. And I think rough sex, so I think it's very much a cultural and media phenomenon that has been imposed on people more and more over the last, you know, 10, 20 years. You know, a useful consideration is to think that, you know, you can be different lovers. So depending on if you were to date a few different people, you would be like a different lover with them, depending on what they are into, potentially, yeah? Because this is what they like, because with them you can express that part of yourself, so you enjoy doing it with them, yeah, for example. Now, if a woman is treated all the time by men that they expect her to be into rough sex, then they will be bringing out that side out of her all the time, and she will be engaging into rough sex with them. Now, that part exists in her. It is not fake, it is authentic, you know, but that is the only part that is being called out. So therefore, the impression is created that this woman is into rough sex, even to herself, because does she enjoy it? Yeah, she enjoys it, you know. That's one of the sides of her sexuality that she might enjoy, but she doesn't experience any others. You know, like that famous Native American tale about the two wolves that are inside you. Like one is a bad one, bad qualities, the other one is good qualities, and the grandchild asks, so which one is going to win? And the grandfather says, well, the one you're going to feed. Now, this is not a bad and good situation, but it's kind of a similar situation. You know, the sexuality that you are going to feed is the sexuality that is going to grow, and you're going to get conditioned to. So it's a very strange positioning. Are women into rough sex? Do they enjoy it? Well, yeah, but that is not the question. The question is, are they having all the other kinds of sex that they could be enjoying as well? And they could be enjoying even more. Are they developing into those areas of their sexuality that could be more fulfilling for them? Especially the younger women. I get a lot of comments from younger men who are dating younger women, and they are saying that, you know, all women seem to be into rough sex. I mean, this generation of women from early 30s below, I call them the post-apocalyptic generation of women, because they have grown up in the post-apocalyptic world. They never knew the world before porn. Their grandmothers tell them tales of the world before porn, and these women have only had this kind of porn sex imposed on them. So their whole sexuality was formed, being conditioned to the porn tastes of men. Basically know this as sex, not by watching it on TV, but because, you know, that's the only experience they've had in their life with all their lovers, because there's just nothing else around for them. You know, porn famously doesn't work very well for women. You know, there are some women who get into it, but generally speaking, it is not concerned with, you know, how the woman's body works. It is concerned in, you know, showing the guy, you know, what he likes to see. What a lot of these young men are not aware of is that a very big proportion of these women, they don't enjoy sex at all, and you would never be able to tell by looking at her. They have got used to acting, to performing, to getting off on just, you know, being the sex object in a way that, you know, gives her some kind of control, some kind of power, but they're not feeling anything in sex. They're not enjoying it. They can't connect with it. That's epidemic in this younger generation of women. But you've got to remember, everybody's trying to enjoy sex. Everybody wants to have relationships. They want to be sexy. They want to enjoy sex. They want to enjoy that part of life. So they're doing their best to adapt to it, to enjoy it. But this is sex as they know it. A woman these days, a younger woman, has two choices. She can have no sex, or she can have rough sex, because that's all she's going to get. So she's not going to have no sex, because, you know, she's not a nun. So she's going to have rough sex. And then she has the second choice to make. If she's going to have rough sex, she can enjoy it, or she can hate it. Now, obviously, she's going to try to learn to enjoy it. She's going to find what to enjoy about it. She's going to make herself into a person who can enjoy rough sex, because, you know, it turns her on, because, well, you know, that is what she's going to have to be doing for the rest of her life, as far as she's concerned. She will find things to like about it. There are things to like about rough sex. Nobody's arguing with that. A lot of women are actually in the process, still in that process. They are still not quite there, but, you know, they are trying to psych themselves up. They're trying to enjoy it. Will this woman tell you that she loves rough sex? Maybe. But, you know, how much of self-created reality is that? So a lot of it is a cultural phenomenon. You know, people often think of rough sex as expressing some kind of like a primal, natural thing. I think it is very much a cultural phenomenon, a social phenomenon that has happened recently, and we totally have choice and control whether we want to go that way or we want to create a different thing with it. We don't have to go this way, because I don't think it is authentic. The part of rough sex is expressing authentic part of that sexuality that does exist in women, but the whole large phenomenon and the focus on it is, in my opinion, a social and media phenomenon more than anything. This idea of rough sex at the moment is really imposed culturally by the media. When I say the media, people often hear, you know, BBC and CNN. That is not what the media means anymore. You know, nobody listens to that kind of media. People still think this is the media to not be trusted. You know, in my opinion, that has shifted. You know, a much less trustworthy source of media at the moment is, you know, what people are listening to, which is, you know, the independent influencers and YouTubers and channels and, you know, all sorts of social media. Those are the sources that are far more likely to have their own agenda and to do things for popularity, for clicks, for relatability, for personal gain. You know, even the large media channels are far more trustworthy now, because at least there's some regulation or accountability. So this is only going to get worse. There's a real problem with information, and people just believe everybody about rough sex, and these ideas that they spread very easily because they serve particular agendas. They serve, you know, the algorithms, the popularity. Everybody gets influenced by them. So a lot of it is not authentic, but we can expect that the further we go, the more it will appear that rough sex is really significant and really important, because everybody is consuming that media that is conditioning them, and then they're acting in that way. And then it seems like, you know, the reality is confirmed for you. You know, I was there. I was working with people in my field in sexuality for the last 20 years. I could see these changes. I could see how things are very different now than they were then. You know, I was there when 50 Shades came out. I could see the reasons for it. You know, people think it's because, you know, some kind of a really core need in women was discovered. I think 50 Shades became popular because people were just so bored. Sex had gone completely flat. Everybody was just doing that really basic, boring routine. There were a few, like, you know, feeble, fun things to do. Then, you know, this idea of BDSM was just like something interesting to do, something new. That's all it was, in my opinion. Okay, then it pulled the whole BDSM into the mainstream much more. And now it's like probably like, you know, the main part of sexuality that you are supposed to have. Who knows if at that point there was a different pathway that didn't go that way, that there was something else offered to women that was powerfully loving, and nourishing in a different way, not in the kinky way. Who knows where that could have gone, if that was also interesting and fulfilling for women at that time and there was a practice for it. But it didn't, it went that way, and now we are where we are. I think it is the same with rough sex. It is what we are going to feed, what is going to develop more. I think women and men are going to lose out from the sex world dominated by rough sex. I think it's going to be a very impoverished world for both men and women. Not just for women, because what they're getting out of rough sex is peanuts compared to what they could be getting out of really powerful loving sex, but also for men to basically be lovers who are mostly able to treat a woman's body aggressively and violently and not lovingly. I think for their soul, for their heart, it's also going to have an effect. For me, like even just taking off my professional hat off for a moment and just personally as a human being, I just find it really sad that our intimate relationships, our sexual relationships have been redefined as the consistent practice of aggression and violence to each other's bodies. Like that is the framework now. I don't have any problem with it being a part of sex, some place that people like to go sometimes because it's interesting too. But for us to redefine generally sexual relationships with people that we love as primarily a practice of aggression and violence through the body, I just find this really tragic. I understand that it's enjoyable. I just think that as one of the alternative realities that we could have chosen, this is pretty sad because none of it exists in a vacuum. You are what you eat. So all of these are substances. This is the time that we are choosing to spend with each other. It is the substances that we are choosing to exchange with each other and to absorb into each other. Silly to say that this is going to have no impact on you or no difference than if you were having like really loving sex through each other's bodies. The thing is, the more we are reinforcing this focus on rough sex, the more it is going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. The easier it is going to be to say that, well, women are all into rough sex. Well, of course they are, because that is all they keep hearing about, that this is what they're supposed to be doing. That's all they've been getting. There's nothing else that works for them because, nothing else has been tried, or nothing else, has been tried well. They've been conditioned to it. They've been influenced by all the media around them, that this is their greatest experience. Of course, they will come across that they're into it. And women themselves will be none the wiser that there was an alternative reality possible for them. One of the greatest things that men can do at the moment is they can show women back to what women have forgotten, what they have disconnected from. If men don't buy into just serving someone else's narrative about rough sex, and they take a woman somewhere to her greatest potential, into really powerful loving sex, to her greater potential, that she's not getting anywhere else, that she can't get anywhere else because everybody is busy with rough sex. This could be really special, both for the man and for the woman to do. And I think ironically, for guys who are on board with this idea of leadership, which I don't get involved much with, but this whole idea of like leading a woman in sex, and that is ironically where the whole idea of rough sex takes hold, that by being rough to a woman you are showing leadership. Just like in the corporate world, being a leader might mean something different, might mean not just buying into some alpha guy's narrative on YouTube and just feeding your energy to him, but to lead a woman into a greater experience that nobody else will show her, that will show her the real power, the real richness of her sexuality in a way that rough sex never will, and where she really can't go. She can't go there on her own without the man being on board with it, and the man also taking care of that journey. So that's what I would really like to see. So these are my few thoughts, but like I said, we can keep talking about it in the next Q&As if you still have areas that you would like to discuss here.
Okay, that was fun. Triple caution, Sunny.
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, brother. Fucking knew it. Oh.
Agelicins. Welcome to my channel.
Crit. Mort. That's what we are talking about.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
stvar. Brother. Добре, там. Halo, Vlada. Dobro. Nemoj mi vetrit ništa, znači to je otvoreno, ovo sinoć sve je bilo otvoreno, smrzao sam se trus, hvala. Šta treba? Šta treba?
Gledaj ti onaj debeli zeleni duks, evo ti ga.
Znači kad gleda ovako da traži po sobi, nemam pojma šta hoće. Šta je?
A gledaj ti ovaj...
Dobro, u redu je, tu je.
Imaš eno ti ako ćeš ugriva relikija, imaš našeckanog
U
vrata.
redu je.
I onoga u frižideru.
Hvala. Vatru! Oh my god. Da, sad je lepo vreme. To je istina, ko da nije zima.
Dobro, ali mislim, nešto jeste hladno.
Ne, nego hoću da kažem kako je bilo ono... Lepo, lepo. Ne, ja to ne igram. Šta, Han Shodan?
Ma to što ne...
Što ne urlam u mikrofon, jel to? Što sam normalan, šta? Hvala. To je veliki kompliment, hvala. Bez kako! Šta kako? Kako? Platiš 30 evra svaki mjesec, to kako? Tako se to radi.
Milane startuj kad... Aha, znači matchmaking već ga traži, dobro. Sjajno, sjajno.
kostura. Mudre vojske.
Death is just... I haven't...
Nemo ko će koga predubija. Ja se svoja dva zmaja i kosturima. Ili on mene s kosturima. Već je mrtav. Kuku.
Let's see.
Stvari, kako stvari?
Drugi volan.
Dobro.
Hoću da ubacim nove gume. I viljušku bih hteo da ubacim jednu drugu.
DM Chaos. Welcome to my channel.
Buh. Okay. Fuck is this? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Jesus Christ. Okay. Banish. Huh. Okay. Hmm. There's a fire burning in my heart. Between the fever pitches beginning to down. Finally, I can see crystal clear. was fucking hilarious. sorrow into pleasure go. I couldn't have it all. Grem s sobą. Samo radi ovde. Možemo grem do sutra. Halo, 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3. Ovo zdravo Tomislav. Ja kuvam kavu.
Zdravo gospodo.
Tako da ne čujem ako neko nešto priča. Oh my god. Majku. Kod vas hladno ovo doba? Destina. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood.
Mašu pičku materin. Ti mater.
Zvuči kao da igraš princa od Persije, Tomislav.
Molim?
Rekao, zvuči kao da igraš princa od Persije.
Ne. Evo upravo igram s jednim likom i sa jednom curom.
Hunt.
Da. Da. Ma išao bacit koju prije ručka. Šta vi radite pametnog?
Pijem kavu.
I uz to?
Neki sitni kolač.
Ti radiš kolač ili ga jedeš samo?
Trenutno ga jedem, ali radim tortilju.
Clear, clear. Thank you. GG, boys and girls. See you next time. Ja sam mislio da radiš nekakav kolač.
Ne. Radio sam kavu, a kolač sam smazao.
Da. Who called me? Morgan. What you want? Frende nekakav. A? Ček.
Here, Seth here, Seth.
Ja. Ženska se zove Missy Don Dizzy. From čak i nije loša, ima killing ratio 1:42. Ubila je 960 ljudi, nju su ubili 770 puta.
Interesantno.
Čez Republik. Level 14 na Steamu.
Good evening,
Okay,
and
tu imaju
welcome to
leveli
Huntland.
jebot.
I'm Azcool, and tonight we are going to be
Imaju
looking
kad kupuješ igre i kad...
Sorry, I probably should have gone to the shut box. That would have been less painful on your ears.
Here.
Ja.
I feel like every time I'm settled on a number, then I completely whiff one. Yeah, Racha is... like I said, I think it's probably Racha or Hornet. I haven't... I think Racha just hit 10,000 hours in the game. Yeah, we'll call it that. Right around there. 23. Someone mentioned Calamity earlier. Calamity is a lot of fun to watch. I've seen some of his YouTube videos, and he seems to have a real fun attitude about the game. And then, obviously, Psycho Ghost. I appreciate Psycho Ghost's attitude. He doesn't seem to take it too seriously in a healthy way. And he's actually a really good person to recommend newer players to go to, because he does a lot of stuff that's more focused on memes or fun or just having a good time.
Kako me jebe
Whereas
taj
the other
jebeni internet,
big
to je strašno.
YouTubers are just, what's the word? Intimidating by their skill. Nino's another good one. Yeah, see,
Ček, šta si ti rekao da ti igraš? DayZ, šta igraš?
You can still get
Ja,
great
ne.
shots.
Ne?
Bože se čuje.
Ja bi znam da je neko rekao da igra DayZ.
If you get a lucky roll.
A ti haklaš kaj, Hunt?
Challenge. Izvodi se.
Dobro jutro.
Real Cine Man. Welcome to my channel.
Ja, nekome da. Ali si se sad digo.
Quintonic, hey, I know you probably already know this.
Ja sam budan od 5.
Just the one shot.
Dobro je.
Not the one shot. I thought the shot.
Ma nema ništa. Ja baš pričam da sam sad malo prije igrao sa jednom četinjom.
Yeah, I like him. Although yeah, he doesn't do a lot.
Ono kad smo pričali da, ne znam ko je rekao da nije igrao sa puno ženskih. Ja sam već igrao sa valjda jednom njih 5.
And like it's hard to play something at that level.
Ova je nekakva iz Češke Republike. Šta će...
Welcome to my channel.
Zašto maneken?
Yeah.
Oh,
Shotgun
guy.
jokes at the upper torso. Yep, that was my understanding, but I don't always.
A ja ne kužim da se u svakoj igri se neko diskonektira.
Zato što mu ne odgovara
You can aim punch
mapa, na
reliably
primjer.
with bleed. Yep. So if you have a
Pa ne meš se
faster
ti
fire
sam
rate, like deterministic
diskonektirat.
leverage,
Možeš.
that is a lot of fun just to run people down.
Dok ti piše waiting for a game, ono, to load.
I did that and
A ne, ali vidi sad malo prije isto se jedan diskonektirao i ponovo se konektirao pod kraj igre. Izbacilo ga je van, valjda, šta ja znam. Meni se zna desi da me izbaci van iz
A
igre,
to
bez
je,
razloga.
to je Kratekovi server.
pitaj Boga.
Da, Franje je stalno diskonektovan.
Kompjuter. Non-stop se nas već konto. Ne mogu ispati bez veze i Discord napravljavio, a 3 puta mu je izbacilo high-tech cloud error.
One damage, but we got the bleed. Hey.
Da bi izbacilo. A i da Discordu mu se gubio. Pa je restartovo router, pa miro mrežu, sve je okej.
Meni se desi recimo kad mi se diskonektira, onda mi se konektira nazad, ali nemam zvuka. U biti imam zvuk, ali jako sam da se objasnim. Ne čujem 90% stvari uopće u igri.
To je bug.
Da, bug nekakav.
Jedini lek je da se rekonektuješ par puta.
Ma, većinom odigram sam u većini... Evo, viš, sad ovaj se konektira nazad na hunt. Jednostavno su loše veze ili ne znam, ali dešavalo se i meni da...
I think the Spectre bayonet is the only...
Ujebem, mate.
Yes. Change for flechette specifically.
Hey, vidim da si igrao Hellblade.
Flechette? No, don't leave mission.
Ko?
Flechette cannot.
Hellblade, to je onaj Alien mislim.
Ne, Hellblade, bre, ona...
Ne, nisam, samo sam je kupio, nisam je još instalirao. Ne, uzo... Skino... Aha, ti igraš to trenutno. Ne, ja sam je downloadao, ali nisam je još... U biti moram je skinut. Stavio sam je samo u library, ali... Počeo sam skidat onaj... kako se zove... Division 2. Njega sam trebao skidat. Samo kad me jebe internet, onda skidam kad ne gledam televiziju ili nešto, inače kolaps.
Yeah, it's not doing meaningfully more than the body hits are. I'm within the store page. It says 13.
Znaš šta znači disabled? Zašto je to izraz njima?
A?
Invalid.
Disabled, za čoveka kad kažeš disabled, tamo kod ovih, znaš za šta je to izraz?
Invalid.
Kad si u invalidskim kolicima je.
Nema ruke ili noge.
Napisao mi je da sam disabled.
Ajde, Bog.
Give me a second, I need to collect myself.
Jedan je papa. A jebem ti mater. Ti jebem mater.
I mean, it's definitely not the 13.
Ubio sam dvojicu, jedan me ubio. Evo, sad si ti otišao, papa.
I think it's because all of them have to hit.
Ma ja mislim da ni nemam te komentare uključene ili imam, ali neko nije ništa pisao, nisam vidio.
Pasovi, da bolje onda mi jebe ženu da rodi normalnu djecu nego da rađe male pasove.
A ja ne znam di nalazite takve idiote.
A ovdje znam verovatno neko kome sam ubio.
ljudi su idioti. I jadni, ne znam kaj bi rekao.
To mora da mi napiše. Jedan na 5.
Yeah, no, there's no consistency to this. Not reliable.
Čekaj, to vidiš pod moj profil, tako? Da li nema niko?
Yeah, because when you're levering, you're dealing with quick guys.
Nema, ja nemam ništa napisano.
Alright, what am
Ja znam se moram subscribe-at for to trade or...
Jel? Daryl Lightrock je boss ovog.
Da. To ti je ona kao mala klanica, ne znam nije šta je. Farma svinja.
Mora da mi je jedan od njih, upadamo tamo, sinoć, ja, Franjo i Mat. I idemo na lipu. I to plan je, Franjo mora da lipu, a ja ću toči na lipu. Imam bomb lens. Znamo da nas čekaju već kolje. I ja skočim kad ova čekaju me dvojicu sa bomb lensa i na dole.
Thanks for coming by.
Tiče Matića i ne znam kako Franjo uspe mene da digne. Ja dignem Matića i pobegnemo gore. Franjo Matića uskače dole. Ja ću na lipu, 2 puta ga ubijem i ja ću na lipu stiđem njega. A imao sam onaj dvostruki dinamik, jevi ga, znaš. I kad sam dan putim strani, ja uzim za lipu dole na
Typically don't change.
to možda mi je rekao
Spectre bayonet specifically
Ma kaj
says
se
that it's a
sekira
medium
zbog
barrel
gluposti.
instead of long barrel. And so it functions well. I think many
Ja
people approach
niti čitam te komentare, niti ih ja mislim imam
to treat
uključeno
it
uopće.
like close range rifle instead of like shotgun. Yep.
To se podalo.
I mean, yes, if you hit someone in the chest within 5-6 meters, they're going to die because they also have access. I think, I'm fading. I think. Yeah, I agree. The shed is reliable for. Sexiest accents. I'm. I feel bad. I struggle hearing accents sometimes, and the Hen community is so. A lot of times people I try and watch have strong accents. I wish I could understand you, and it's not your fault. Like, it doesn't matter what accent people are using, I just can't understand you. Like, I'm doing that too.
Ma jebite se, neću.
Okay, so as we wrap up, like I said, I'm going to do the Spectre Bayonet, and then I'm going to summarize some of the findings we did. Oh, didn't do... Did I not do... Oh, I didn't do max range on the Spectres. That's right, we have them all in there. I can do that. So, I brought Flechette, so I can't test the buckshot. Derpy derp me. So we gotta check the 2-shot kill range. And it's gonna be between 18 and 31, so let's try 20 something.
Ljudi nemaju pojma.
more than 25.
Fred ima killing ratio 0.80 i on 2-3 minute gleda valjda moj killing ratio. Drugo ga da odluči loše igrati, neće igrati. A ko da to ikakve veze ima s ičim? Pa ja sam igrao sa ljudima koji ima killing ratio 0.40, pa ga je ubilo 3 puta više ljudi nego on i frajer je skoro sam cijeli lobby počistio.
The 26, so let's test 27.
Da pa je pa. Ali velim, tak je bilo meni iz početka, imao sam killing ratio 0.45, 0.50, evo, nekako ti pričam, puno sam krenuo sa svima i svačima. Znači, od 10 randoma dvojica je htjela igrat sam. Ma dobro, ja nemam reći, samo dobro iskustvo s randovi. Ima idiota daleko od toga, ali okej.
Ooh, that was a good hit. Call me old-fashioned, but I like my shotguns to be shotguns. It's against my belief to not immediately run into a compound. No, Lord Razor, I completely forgot, and I've regretted it about 5 times. Oops, I shouldn't have reloaded that time. I have thought about it though, right? And, you know, as they say at Christmas, it's the thought that counts. Yeah, 27. Yeah. Okay, we'll go with 27 for that. 7, and then I gotta check max range for this and the hand cannon, or compact. Why is it a compact instead of the hand cannon? How do they decide what to rename your shotgun? It should be on the table by the door next to the event weapons, unless they moved it.
My God.
Compact.
Hello, Worky, welcome.
Table next to the door. Go. Not sure where the... Oh, there it is. I used my axe once or twice, though. That should count for something. Found it. So I gotta find a door and see how many shots it takes to destroy that with a flechette. What other flechette questions do you have? I'm not going to get them to tonight, but if there's an edge case or an interaction you want me to see, let me know so I can add it to my list. I thought flechette was going to be a straightforward one, but I was given a curveball when someone asked what's the two-shot range, which was a great question. I'm just now obligated to figure it out. I don't like the sights on this. I mean, not that you should be using a shotgun at 80 meters, but, hey. I think the difference between a hand cannon and a compact is how much it'd break your wrist if you used it one-handed. Yeah, I'm not hitting at 80. One damage, a solid 1 damage at 79 meters. And then we'll go. I'm expecting that to be in the range of a little over 60.
Sweet mother of God.
Oh, interesting. There's the bayonet. I didn't realize the sights are so different, and then the compact. And I do not have flechette ammo in this. Someone yell at me.
A dobro, ti imaš optiku, šta imaš?
No, I say door because people were asking on the last stream to try some of the different ammo types and see which ones breaks down a door the best. I would expect flechette would be bad at that. But it was technically asked for, so.
Fuck.
You can use this to push long ammo. Well, they stop to bleed. Yep, and that's kind of the big use case here. Is either as a follow-up, if you got a shot with poison on someone. You know, let's say you did the. I mean, here's a real case. You have the. Centennial silencer, the Centennial shorter silencer with dum-dum ammo, and you get a long-range shot, and you you switch to your... Oh, what would be the best compact one then? I mean, you switch to your Terminus and then rush them. Of course that makes sense, because then you can have levering on both guns. Although the Spectre compact was at 79 meters, so maybe that's your option. Oh no, that wasn't the compact, that was the bayonet. Ooh, good catch. What do I have you here? Keep me honest. Okay, now we're doing the compact, which should be... It'd be right around. Sparks with hand cannon flechette. Yep, absolutely. Oh, 64 is not bad. Compact. Gotta try the regular Spectre, which I, of course, didn't grab when I was over there. Oh, yeah, I'm becoming cringe. I'm enjoying the heavy knife. Don't do it. Nothing good can come from the heavy knife. I have Ty, one of the guys I play with, swears by the heavy knife. I'm always taking throwing axes. I am hooked on throwing axes, and so I have room for no other knives in my inventory. Alright, so full size. Bayonet was at 79. So let's at least start there. Nothing. 80. Consistently 80. Consistently 81? No. 81? Yes, we can get to 81. I think 81 is going to be the magic number. Oh, technically 82, but it's at the very edge of 82, so I'm putting 81. And you can't stop. I would rather err on the side of consistency. Alright, so... just to bug Lord Razor, I'm gonna go find a door and shoot it till it dies. You know, now that I think of it, do doors have different health counts? Do these doors have more health than these doors? And then do these doors have more health than these doors? I mean, they open. But in the case of a barred door, that'd be a question. Too many. Oh, yes, they have different health. That makes sense. Punchodon lied to me. Santa's supposed to be hot and humid. It's 12 degrees out in your apartment. I'm sorry. Hold on. Woe is you. Woe is you. And that's actually warm. Yesterday, I think we were at like -8. So, yeah, it's 4 degrees outside right now. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not testing all the doors. That actually took a lot longer than I expected it to. It is bitter cold. Wow. Yeah, no, don't use flechette on doors. It's not gonna break. Now I'm curious, this is the 3rd clip of ammo. Okay, so that only took about 20 rounds. Not a sound strategy. Alright, what I want from you guys is, I think next I'm going to be looking at Dragon's Breath and FMJ. And so I've dabbled in Dragon's Breath a little bit, but I haven't been very extensive in that. So think of things you want me to look into in that, and feel free to either leave them on the comments on this channel or just really, or this video, or either any video really. And then I always love hearing your guys' loadout ideas. You know, there's a lot of talk about, hey, bring a Sparks with the Flechette. That extra range does wonders. But tonight, what we looked at is we were filling in these ranges here. Flechette door is dumb, so we're going to delete that. We can't kill point blank. We did learn that. We can headshot, but that's unreliable. So I'm going to add a note in here. Headshot. Straight delete these. Then we learned what our max ranges were and what our 2-shot ranges are. Your 2-shot range on Flechette, interestingly enough, for the ones I tested it, like, are significantly increased. Like the drilling, which again, single bullet, so it's going to be hard to reload. But with the drilling, you're going from 17 to 32 meters. You're almost doubling your range for your 2-shot range compared to regular buckshot. I guess overall, it's probably you're adding about a 1/3 your 2-shot range. Some outliers, like the Spectre here, but for the most part, it looks like you're adding about 1/2 to a 1/3 of your 2-shot range to double it. So Flechette is very strong in those mid-range fights. And then as far as the max range, you know, these are going to pair well with things like the Centennial or the Sparks or anything that has poison ammo on it. And really, even a Nagant, a poison Nagant. If you hit them with a poison round and get an easy follow-up with the Flechette kill. Stand-up ones to pay attention to is the Rival had the longest max range on of anything. And the Drilling had the max 2-shot range on of anything. Followed closely by the Spectre, which would make more sense because that's a, not semiotic, but it's a pump action. And so you're not doing single rounds. So really, my recommendations for Flechette, if you're not doing levering, would probably be, I I mean, really, Spectre is up there, I would say. Spectre Flechette looks like it's top tier. Cool. Anyways, as always, love to hear your guys' thoughts and comments. I'm working on writing the custom ammo script. Here it is. I wrote, what was I? There's the poison ammo. There's the dum dum. The orange stuff is stuff I need to review. So I'm gonna have a test night at the end of everything with a consolidation of, hey, I need to confirm that this is where this stat is. So I'll do a stream night of that where I go over things I need to clarify. I am going to have a competition on my channel, or a bounty. I'll have a list of shots that I would like help gathering, and then I have a handful of keys, both for hunt or for DLCs, and people will be entered into a raffle if they're willing to share some of their clips with me. And that's kind of the go-forward plan for the custom ammo video. I think I'm going to release it in 3 parts, just because it's going to take me forever to put together as is. So I'll do rifles and pistols, then I'll do shotguns, and then I'll do other ammos, you know, like explosive bolts and shot bolts and poison bolts and the crossbows and bomb lances and things like that. Terrence, what is your favorite special ammo? Favorite, or the one I use the most? I probably use high velocity and FMJ the most, which are kind of the stock answer. That's what they're, you know, that's what a lot of people do. But my favorite is probably Flechette. I like, and I'm not saying that just because I've been doing on it. I have a lot of fun taking a Terminus with levering and Flechette and just running at people. It is a lot of fun. I would say, and that one I feel is both fun and good. As we're saying, that mid-range use of Flechette is actually very effective. I recently did a video, and I got to play with it more to know how I really feel about it. But I did a video playing with Dragon's Breath because a lot of shotguns have a 40-meter range of Dragon's Breath, so I was trying to light people on fire, and I brought three Hellfire bombs and Dragon's Breath ammo on my shotgun, and just, you know, had a blast and lit everything on fire. And that was a lot of fun to play. I sucked, I died a lot, and it's one of the worst loadouts I played in regards to how easy it was to win. But I felt like it was a lot of fun. Actually, my next video is going to be on that suggestion as a, hey, here's a fun loadout you should try. That's all I got. Thank you everyone for coming around. If you'd like, I'm starting to entertain having some Discord members join me on stream if they want to assist with testing. And so join my... Bullet velocity controls the time between when you take a shot and the impact. This varies greatly between weapons. Some guns make this delay negligible, like the Lebel with Spitzer ammo.
Za šta?
Za igre, juče ga ja uzmem, evo te na Steamu. Znaš kako dobra stvar, za DayZ isto, ono...
Da ti ne crta crosshair na igru.
Da, bre.
Da, znam.
A nemam ja novi monitor, to nemam.
Nego bari se, nema si novi monitor. Nemaju si novi monitor.
Gdje je ovo novo staro?
Na dvori su. Nemaju.
Ajde, pitamo Milana da nam to reši, da ugradi na monitor.
On to može.
Možeš se uz neki ekse pa se čuti onako sredina sam play rupa i te.
Kad smo pre igrali Quake i Counter-Strike, mi smo imali običaj polakalan da trpamo.
A znam da ti.
Wow.
Uđi mala, uđi. A bre, jedna parodija na Kill Bill.
Kita ubila.
Kita ubila, da bre, neća stvar. To, mumija. Bobo smrade, Ali G. Imam koliko na 20 godina.
Moj na Kosovu. Jesi gledao?
Yes. Kad se vojska na Kosovu, sjeti kad ću koga ovdje izvjeti.
Motherfucker. Come here.
A to je malo novije.
Vidim da to Toma koristi, Tomislav,
Ja ću biti se stresno baš i rekao hajde uzmem to. I probao ono u Daisy-u, brate, jednostavno pomaže, baš ti pomaže. Možda menjaš boju, oblik, veličinu, što bi rekao, znaš uvijek gdje ti je centar. Znaš i ovako bez toga, ali ovako je lakše.
To je apsolutno sjajno.
Kako ne?
Ja mislim da bez toga ne bi mogo.
Pa pazi, ja sad teško bi mogu bez toga. Šalim se mogu.
Ja bez tebe ne mogu da živim, milo moje nije nam se dalo.
Pazi, ovo Boris se juče jest. Upalim ja to govno, poslije ga na mjesto bude manja tačkica ovog što im je krst bukvalno. I lika jedan metak u shotgun, pazi ovo. A lik imao i snajper, i glock, i neki običan pancir, imao je čovjek i... Ali dalje, shotgun je zakon. Možda ću s tim sam purašao. Ako si tu i...
Majko lipi jedan. Marš! Jesus Christ.
Pročito pozdravimo.
Šta bre? Time! Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off with the time. Done. We're done. Time. Time, what is time? Cat firewoods. Zaboravio sam kako je RNG tutorial. Done and done. First try, baby. Grants. Mother Kacker. Fuck. Is this? Suck my fat cock. malo. Dobro. Jesus Mary Joseph. No checkpoint missed. Not enough zombies. Not enough zombies. So random.
This is madness! Madness. This is Sparta! 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 This is Sparta!
My god. Get lost.
Begin.
hard. What part of this is hard? Oh! Možeš ako hoćeš gospodin. Kao što rekao, ako skulaš koliko sebi nije problem. Fuck. Retardiran challenge. Kako ide ono? Što luk drži? Dobro, to je City kao City. Steama ili preko? Kaj si vidio ono tu s instalacijom? Evo to ti kad pređeš vanila igru i sve izazove onda kao hoćeš još da igraš pa ono to dodaš. kao, imaš te kao, ono, Souls game, kao te kreatore koji prave taj content, znaš. I neko je pratio YouTube stranicu od From Software, znaš. I navodno im je playlista za, kao, znaš, ono, trailer za igru. Prvi kao, a drugi je kao, Steam stranica je kao, dodate kao na Steam, kao stranicu od kao Elden Ringa, imaš kao taj Steam demo gdje se nalaze svi kao ono fajlovi za igru, dodate kao content, ali nije ono kao tipa ono, nije muzika, znaš ono kao soundtrack, nije ono digital art book i tako to, već ono ljudi nije nagađaju, ali kao postoji osnovna sumnja da je najvjerojatnije u pitanju DLC, međutim pošto sve ono kad izađe moralo bi da se testira, najvjerojatnije da su to oni da je DLC spreman, ali da ono znaš, sad je kao pazimo testiranje, da vide da ima pazova kako radi, znaš, sad kada se to dešava. Tako da, postoje kao neke špekulacije, kao najvjerojatnije kao u februaru da to biti. Ne znam da li si gledao. Nije bio ni trailer, nego bio samo kao screenshot neki, Shadow of the Earth, i tamo se skinu. Samo ima jedno kao wallpaper, nešto što liče na onoga Mikelu. Vidi se kao dva drvna, jedan radi, još jedan kao ono isprepletan. I sad ono imaš ono spekulacije, znaš kako je u Dark Soulsu 1, ideš onaj ulazi u tako, da se prošli. Bukvalno prošlo ti ideš kao ono kad je Manus ono bio kao ono kao otac kao ljudi, ono kao dobro pređeš igru, ali ono znaš a neš ti kontrolirati, to je imaš hiljadu nekih filmova. Nema ni jedna to, nema nažalost igra. Ja sam, najbolji primjer toga ti je ja sad ti kažem odem na jedno do tekste da ono posedimo na sat, dva, da probaš onaj Bloodborne. Ja sam igrao 6-7 sati, da mi je ono malo postalo glupo, zato što Petra to ono ne interesuje apsolutno, znaš, to ne interesuje ga drugo, ono, znaš, okupiram, ono, kaže, on sjedi igraj, ali se igraj, znaš, meni interesantno, ali ono, ne vjerujem da nikom upućena nije interesantno, znaš, da ne možeš ono da se opustiš, da bi ono sjeo i on polako istraživa se, kako sam ono, par puta sam bio kod njega, navrat da sam igrao po jedno sat, tipu, dva, ja sam spontao da ono nema pojma. From Soft na kraju krajeva plati na najstudiju Blue Byte, oni su radili na Demon Soul. Pa kaže da Demon Soul ima svako pogledu ono upgradeanu verziju, do duše ono country, ali ono malo... Ajmo tako da kažem. Koja mi je dobra pesma? Ne poznam, stanje. Evo, možda ova. Imaju oni kasnije albume, ali ovaj mi je iskreno. Ja sam to likanje. Kako zvuči? Nije napadno. Ja mislim da nije napadno. To su kao neke country balade, ali ono... Ali to ti je inače... To ti inače muški vokal, znaš? Znaš to? Nisam ni ja znao dok nisam vidio ono snimak sa live koncerta. Nego ima tako neki...
Baš ima neki...
Gay glas, a? A ne, ima kao žena glas, nema ono onaj muški duboki glas, nego ono, znaš, ima kao glas kao neko ko ono nikad nije prošao pubertet. Nema, znači da je gay, jednostavno imaš... Ljudi koji ima takav glas. Ja sam čuo anegdotu za jednoga bodybuildera. Koji ono liga neki ono zebabio i ono sedi u kola i nešto kao lupa mu po haubi ono šta je bre piču kako voziš ono znaš i lik ono izađi iz kola znaš ono ne vidi znaš ono ni ruke ni noge ne vidi mu ništa znaš i ga nešto proziva tu i lik ono kao nemoj kao ono ajde pičko izlazi znaš i lik izađe iz auta i zdrobi ga znaš. Bam! Bam, bam, bam! Dođe mamo, bato. Znaš, ono, kao ne sudi u knjizi prema koricama. Trebaš dvojicu da pucam. Avoid any damage. Jeboti pas, majku, a voj Deni Demić.
Hvala Bog. Ja sve ću vam pokazati.
Hvala vi.
Idem da vidim onu mašineriju tamo, šta su zajebali pokvarili. Pojma nemam, nešto su rekli da ne vrti dobro. Progutala nešto, pojma nemam. Tako su mene objasnili.
Iobran. Welcome to my channel.
my darling, simultiram. Oh my darling, la la la. Well, yeah, this is fine, I guess. Young pistoleros.
Others are a little slower. This is why you can't hit a moving target. If hunters always stood still, this wouldn't be an issue. But that's not the case. If you've ever missed a shot because of a moving target, you're in the right spot. Get ready to master bullet velocity. By the end of this video, you'll be leading your shots, dodging bullets, and making better weapon choices for the deadliest loadouts. What is bullet velocity, and why does it matter? A weapon's velocity controls how fast a bullet moves from you to your target. The further away the target is, the longer it takes the bullet to get there. If the target moves before the bullet arrives, then you'll miss. The trick is to lead the target to get the shot. The hard part is, every gun has a different velocity. From 60 meters per second on the bomb lance, and the highest velocity in the game at 850 on the Lebel with Spitzer ammo. I put together a comprehensive velocity infographic along with a Google Sheet containing my research. Use this spreadsheet to search and sort all guns with the exception of shotguns by velocity, variation, ammo type, and more. Both the infographic and the spreadsheet can be found in my Discord. If you plan on hitting your shots, you must consider how fast and what direction your target is moving, how far away they are from you, and how fast your bullet travels. Then, instead of firing at your target, fire where they will be when the bullet gets to them. This is leading your target. Guns with slower bullet velocity require you to lead your targets more. This makes it more difficult since not only do you have to shoot sooner ahead of time, but your opponent also has more time to change their movement direction. Distances in Hunt approximate real-world values. So, when talking about these values, you can approximate them to a hunter's height. I calculated a hunter's move speed. Crouching came in at about 1.25 meters per second, walking at 3, and running around 5. Having a general idea of what this distance looks like can help you line up your shots. For example, if you're using a spark silencer and shooting at a hunter running at 100 meters away, you'll need to aim about 1.7 meters ahead of them. Now, how do you tell how far away someone is? Credit to Cormp for this brilliant solution, the ping marker. It's always the same size on your screen, so you can use that relative to a hunter's height to determine the distance. Just be careful, because if you're aiming down iron sights or in a scope, then your screen zooms in, which changes the ratio of the ping marker to the hunter. If you're 25 meters away and you ping at their feet, it lines up with their hips. And if you're zoomed in with iron sights, the marker is as high as their knees. At 50 meters, it lines up with their head normally, or their hips if you're aiming down iron sights. At 100 meters with iron sights, the marker is the same as the height of their head. The further the distance gets, the more difficult this is to gauge. So go ahead and experiment to get the feel of it. To help you better understand the interaction between distance, move speed, and bullet velocity, check out what these lead times look like. Here are several ranges shown on screen for weapons at various velocities. At 150, 200, 300, 400, 530, 600, 740, and finally the highest velocity in the game at 850, the Lebel with Spitzer ammo. If you want to get granular, you can figure out how many meters a bullet travels each frame. Take the bullet velocity and divide it by your frame rate. If you're playing at 60 frames per second and shooting the spark silencer at a 300 meter velocity, then divide 300 by 60 and find out that the bullet travels 5 meters per frame. Were you aware that bullet velocity can contribute to trades? While your ping is a bigger impact in this, velocity is still a factor. As long as your opponent shoots before your bullet impacts them, they can trade. For example, let's say you're using a spark silencer ammo at 300 meter velocity. You are 100 meters from your target. If you shoot first, they have 1/3 of a second, or 20 frames at 60 frames per second, to shoot back and get the trade. If, on the other hand, you were using a Lebel with Spitzer ammo, they would only have 7 frames to return fire. The higher your velocity, the bigger your advantage. Just like the faster your connection, the less trade you'll have. Consider this video's sponsor, NordVPN, for web security and speed. According to independent studies, it's the fastest VPN with no bandwidth or data limits. Don't let the internet's bushwookies get the best of you. Click the discount link in the description for more information. In some games, guns have what's called bullet drop, where you have to adjust your aim vertically for how much the bullet drops while it travels. Most guns in Hunt don't have this. The exceptions are the bomblands, crossbows, hand crossbows, hunting bows, and of course any throwables. If you're using these, be sure to factor drop into your aiming. Interestingly enough, the quad Derringer actually has a slower velocity than the crossbow or hunting bow, but still it has no bullet drop. Quiz time! Which of these has the fastest bullet velocity? The Vetterli with regular medium ammo, the Winfield Centennial with medium FMJ ammo, or the Martini Henry with standard long ammo? Believe it or not, the Centennial with FMJ is faster than both the Vetterli with its regular ammo and the Martini Henry with its long ammo. On top of that, both the Centennial and the Vetterli's standard ammo is faster than the Martini Henry's long ammo. If you're like me, that probably raises some questions in your head. Isn't FMJ supposed to be slow? And shouldn't long ammo be faster than medium ammo? When I started my research, I thought those were true too. This quirk between these 3 guns inspired me to dive into this topic. So let's address some velocity quirks. First, is ammo velocity connected to ammo type? Yes, kind of. Well, in general. Medium ammo is faster than compact ammo, and long ammo is usually faster than medium ammo. This is a general rule, but it's not universally true. Each ammo type spans a spectrum, especially if you include outliers. Check out my infographic if you want a visualization on this. The biggest outliers are the Centennial, Martini Henry, silencers, and high-velocity ammo. For some reason, the Centennial's standard ammo has a bullet velocity of 600. Which is in line with most standard long ammos. It now fills a niche of being the highest speed medium ammo. The Vetterli can technically match it, but only when equipped with high velocity ammo. These 2 guns show us how much the design team values velocity. The Vetterli is $50 Hunt cheaper than the Centennial, but it is equal or better in every single area except for ammo capacity and velocity. To match the Centennial's velocity, you have to increase the base price by over 50% with high velocity ammo. For $60 Hunt. Don't underestimate velocity. If you're not paying attention to it, it's easy to miss. Literally. The Martini Henry has a real-world inspiration of the same name. That real-world gun's muzzle velocity is the same as Hunt's at 400 meters, so its velocity is clearly an effort to being true to its inspiration. But this allows the Martini Henry to hold a unique place in Hunt's arsenal of being a slow, low-cost, long ammo rifle. Special ammo also lets guns break the velocity trends. The main ones to pay attention to are FMJ, high velocity, and Spitzer ammo. FMJ and explosive ammo reduce bullet velocity by anywhere from 30 to 163 meters. So when using these, make sure to lead your shots a little bit more. In the inverse, high velocity ammo gives a significant increase to bullet velocity, in most cases bringing it near standard long ammo in the 500 to 610 range. Personally, high velocity ammo's increased accuracy is almost always worth the price on rifles. This gives you the velocity of a long ammo rifle while keeping the fire rate of a compact or medium ammo rifle. It's great if you want to practice long ammo speeds but don't have deep pockets. Take a Winfield or a Vetterli with a marksman scope and high velocity ammo and you basically have a discount Lebel marksman. Just remember that high velocity doesn't extend the effective range, so longer shots may not have the impact you're hoping for. Spitzer ammo is the high velocity for long ammo rifles. It boasts a significant boost of velocity of around an additional 200. It has more penetration power, meaning you can go through more wood or sheets of metal. If you want more information on that, go check out Kornf's analysis on penetration. The downside to Spitzer is that it puts the rifle's damage below the 125 mark. That means you won't be one-shotting hunters missing a small bar by hitting them in the chest. Headshots are now a lot more important. Getting those headshots will be a lot easier. Other ammo types don't have a significant impact on velocity. Incendiary and poison usually have no effect. Dum-Dum is typically only a slight negative reduction. In most cases, other than the nitro or the drilling, you won't be noticing it. The largest range of velocities in a single weapon is the Winfield 1873. The high velocity ammo clocks in at 600, and the FMJ comes in at almost half that at 330. That's a difference of 270 meters per second. So yes, long ammo is usually faster, but there are plenty of guns that can break that trend. Which silencer is the fastest with base ammo? If you guessed the Shorty, you'd be right. This one is a strange outlier. Yes, the Centennial's base form has a fantastic velocity, but you'd expect a 2-slot silent weapon to get a bigger punishment than that. At 390 meters per second, the Shorty silencer is the fastest silenced weapon. If you're including special ammo in the options, the fastest silenced weapon is the Winfield silencer. It jumps to the top at 450 meters per second. What can knowing about bullet velocity help you in a defensive fashion? Well, bushwookies with silencers and scopes are always lurking just out of sight. Your survival hinges on taking advantage of the moment between the trigger pull and the impact. This rests on one key concept: always keep moving. When you're between compounds, in a shootout, getting clues, or reviving a buddy, the goal is to move erratically so that by the time the bullet gets to you, you've moved out of the way. While exploring, make sure you're never running in straight lines, but move back and forth and left and right unpredictably. These erratic movements make it so the person aiming you down needs to guess your next move. If they can't line it up, they may even pass on taking the shot entirely. In a shootout, the same principle applies. The more you move, the harder you are to hit. Be careful not to only strafe left and right. If someone is flanking you, you won't be making yourself harder to hit to them. So be sure to mix it up by occasionally moving forward and backwards, and throwing the occasional crouch in there as well. When you're collecting a clue or reviving a downed teammate, you'll want to wiggle your head back and forth. This makes it so that your head swivels back and forth and is harder for a bullet to find. These movement tips will save you more often than you think. The best thing you can do with bullet velocity is make it irrelevant. To make that happen, check out this deep dive on distracting opponents with decoys. Silencers and scopes are always lurking just out of sight. Your survival hinges on taking advantage of the moment between the trigger pull and the impact. This rests on one key concept: always keep moving. When you're between compounds, in a shootout, getting clues, or reviving a buddy, the goal is to move erratically so that by the time the bullet gets to you, you've moved out of the way. While exploring, make sure you're never running in straight lines, but move back and forth and left and right unpredictably. These erratic movements make it so the person aiming you down needs to guess your next move. If they can't line it up, they may even pass on taking the shot entirely. In a shootout, the same principle applies. The more you move, the harder you are to hit. Be careful not to only strafe left and right. If someone is flanking you, you won't be making yourself harder to hit to them. So be sure to mix it up by occasionally moving forward and backwards, and throwing the occasional crouch in there as well. When you're collecting a clue or reviving a downed teammate, you'll want to wiggle your head back and forth. This makes it so that your head swivels back and forth and is harder for a bullet to find. These movement tips will save you more often than you think. The best thing you can do with bullet velocity is make it irrelevant. To make that happen, check out this deep dive on distracting opponents with decoys.
What? Good hunter. You have come. But why?
Bad luck, I guess. The only way
Welcome
get
to
through
my
this
channel.
is by sticking together, being a team.
Fajno.
Trust.
si još uvijek na poslu, Predrag, je li? Pretpostavljam ti pauza, no? Yeah, I know what this is.
Here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here. Seth. Here.
This one. I'm home again, I wonder what. Now I am behind your door. I tried so hard to be the love. See the meaning of this soul. Remember me before the war. I'm the man who lives. I'm home again. I won the war, and now I am behind your door. I tried so hard to bathe the love and see
Aquilo.
the meaning of
Welcome
this
to my
soul.
channel.
Remember me before the war. I'm the man who lives next door. Long ago, as you can see when you look at me, I'm pieces of what I used to be. It's easier if you don't see me standing on my own 2 feet. I'm taller when I sit here still. You ask how my dreams fulfilled. Baby, me a heart of steel. The kind and bullets cannot see. Seems to be I'm a replica, empty shell inside of me. I hurt myself, I'm a replica of me. The night is green, my slate is clean. I had to feel down in me. I had no name last December. Christmas Eve, I can't remember. I was in the constant fucking works. Would have thought so. Yes, you are.
Contract marked.
Seth, here.
Is this really possible?
Here, Seth.
It's me that aspires to stand up and fight. The only thing I know for real, there will be blood. The man in the mirror knows he's the only one. Right up on the dragon's back, because the mountains don't give back what they take. Oh no, there will be blood. bitches. I don't know the season, no what is the reason I'm standing here. Oh, there's no place. Find the truth in front of me, I must climb this mountain.
Contract marked.
The Mercs should be good to go. Strike team, there's a helo inbound to pick you up. Soap's got the 411 on mission parameters. Follow his lead.
You may be soaked in pus, but you are alive. Well done. This release ether gas. Take them out, and Nest will follow.
Great.
Move to the objective. ammo depot here.
Yeah, thanks. Dva se dva, jebem ti, majke. 100 zombiju. Nevjerojatno. Idu pičku materinu. Zbogno.
Contract marked.
Miller to Officer Green.
see.
Automated perimeter turrets just went offline. I've got the backups running, but thought you should know. Listen up. Terminus has resorted to using smaller weapon runs. They just made themselves ripe for the picking.
There's a fully loaded Terminus LTV and they're just begging to be on.
Aha.
Watch the sky. There's an helicopter on your tail.
Nobody shoots at me and lives to tell the tale. No AI, at least. The fuck is this?
Waiting for delivery at pickup site. I'll bring the bacon home. As you were, strike team. As you were.
Contract marked.
$5,000. Wait, what? Why was it 5,000?
Extract point marked.
Wait, what?
Every piece of Ethereum and fused weaponry we have down here just started humming. The storm must be saying hello. Strike team, unless you want to be melted where you stand by acid rain, I recommend you find an exfil point.
Eh? Bum 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 bum.
Deadbolt actual strike team. Locate and recover Dr. Jan. No diversion.
Hey El Nelly girl. Welcome to my channel.
Yes, kitty cat.
Beginning final approach to exfil site. Coming into land. Keep my LZ clear. Standing by at LZ. Get on board and keep the hostiles off me.
Huh.
Why did developers turn cheats into in-game mechanics? This is an ordinary game where the last generator popped. Upon closer inspection, bitter memory is activated, 3 survivors revealed, and 4 are alive. After more than 6 months, it was later revealed 1 was banned for subtle cheating. If this player had distortion, it would have been impossible to tell if they were cheating or not, as distortion is to aura hiding, Lucky Break is to scratch mark hiding, and made for this to subtle speed hacking. Has Dead by Daylight implemented perks related to cheats used in-game? Maybe it's coincidental, but I have more of a feeling it's inspirational.
Oh, I thought you'd go all the way around. I wanted to try and cut you off. No,
Wait,
I
now we have
literally
both. Play run, I have both.
I can't catch you. I literally can't catch you.
Go, 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 go.
Oh
my god. But we basically have sprint first.
When even the slightest of variables are changed, the foundation by which DVD is built upon is easily broken.
It's so fast, bro. It's so fast.
Now this raises a different question. Is it really ethical to use cheats as features for a video game? Well, let's take a look at some of the most popular games of all time.
Did you know that the first instance of this programming was actually an exploit? Yep, this masterpiece of a movement mechanic was discovered by the players as a means to bypass obstacles and create momentum. And there's so much to learn
pogo, there's sinking, there's speed shots, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Some of the most renowned features in video game history were first discovered by the players themselves. It doesn't matter if it's mobile or constantly. These were the things players found helpful, and smart game developers capitalized on that. But it's not just that, but also the most cool games of all time.
Half-Life comes out, it changes the PC gaming world. It's the most amazing game ever made for its time. Two college kids took Half-Life and made this game called Counter-Strike.
We had to beg people to help us out. Even just to get playtesters, we had to beg people, hey, do you want to come play our mod?
Counter-Strike came out immediately, it was at 8,000 simultaneous peak players. A week later, it was at 12,000. A month later, it was at 16. And we saw that there was something happening here. And so we immediately said, you know, we've got to find a way to work with these guys.
Team Fortress Classic is based upon a Quake modification. Robin Walker, John Cook, and Ian Corley joined Valve and started working on Team Fortress 2.
It's no wonder games like Fortnite are allowing players to build their own mods from within their game, because it's that player innovation which carries communities in the first place. But what happens to game developers who don't embrace player innovation? Yes, these studios are not Valve themselves, but what exactly happens?
Close your eyes and think about a world where there is no satisfaction, no challenge, except but you don't need to imagine it because it's real, baby. It's cool, though. No one tries to get on exactly a classic example of oversimplification. The existence of control can be the difference between a satisfying explosive jump and whatever the hell this is.
If games like Quake, Valorant, or TF2 didn't embrace this mechanic labeled as an exploit, players would have greatly lost a sense of satisfaction and appeal. And while researching this topic, I ran into a controversy. I wondered if there's a possibility Dead by Daylight has any mechanic with the potential to be as great as the rocket jump. I was excited to see that there might be a hidden gem within some of Dead by Daylight's removed exploits. Made a list of 10 with a variance of practicality from reasonable to extreme. See what the community thought. I witnessed two very polarizing
PSHTP.
groups. One
Welcome
agreeing
to my
with me,
channel.
and another group saying this would make the game unbalanced, not fair, and broken. So I want to play devil's advocate for a second. In Behavior's most recent PTB, they've been doubling down on erotic mechanics from Hillbilly, Sadako, and Blood. Going more and more extreme with adding chaos to the game. When it comes to in-game mechanics, it seems Behavior believes gameplay needs to be changed and they need to do a bit more. That's why we've seen perk combos that allow survivors to move faster than the killer, instantly pick each other up with invincibility,
Go get him! Yeah!
with perk effects mimicking that of cheats, whether intentionally or not. And it seems Behavior is trying everything they possibly can to try to make their community happy. There's been a lot of changes, and I'd argue Behavior has been doing an outstanding job when it comes to addressing player grievances. Thanks for adding an FOV slider. But like in one of my previous videos, where I mentioned Behavior doing progressively more and more intense content growth, it seems that increasingly intense update style is also applying to gameplay mechanics as well. So I have to wonder, is Behavior just trying to do the best they can to make the community happy, or are they running away from something? Do they have to keep constantly progressively raising the bar over and over again to make people happy? I don't know if a tactic like that is sustainable, and that's why I wanted to ask you guys, what do you guys think? Is there some deeper underlying problem that lies beneath the surface, or is everything alright? The game's doing a great job, and the game's in a good spot. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video. What?
Shit. My girl, don't lie to me. Tell me where did you sleep last night?
Martzink. Welcome to my channel.
Just what is it you think you have accomplished, Johnson? This little speed bump of yours? It won't slow us down for long.
Alright, speed bumps. Let's get the hell out of here.
Yes.
Extraction team to the helipad. We're 3 mates out.
I know the way. I can handle myself. Come on.
All stations, protect Dr. Jansen. We need her alive.
She needs protection. No, does she?
I'm so surprised.
Never
My
noticed.
parents were ex-national intelligence. I taught me to protect myself. Zakhaev will unleash this hell everywhere from New York to Joburg if we can't stop
Requesting
him
order.
here.
Position marked.
Copy that. Mortar strike inbound now. Can confirm package is set for exfil.
Copy. 1 minute out.
Clear and hold that LZ strike. Multiple enemies on approach. Weapons free on all threats.
La 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 la.
Seth here.
Desno. Desno.
Hi, we're your weather girl. And have we got news for you? You better listen.
daj menadžer, bar daj neki bonus kad radite vikendno, to me zanimalo.
Kakvi volim. Ne radi vikend, nego nisam imao internet.
Nisam imao internet. Koga napravi sad? Poslali ste nekoga na teren? Znaš kako, ko se desi neki kvar, obično serviseri ne dolaze do ponedeljka.
Gdje sad?
Od 10 sati nemaš internet.
Od 10 sati su oni na terenu, a ne znam kada me njegu. Ja kad sam tišao tamo, ne znam.
Wow. Ima jedan dobar video, ako vratiš unazad, da čovjek objašnjava da je frame rate u igri zapravo vezan sa brzinom projektila. Ako te tako nešto zanima. To sam pokušao gradinačkom da objasnim, ali on...
Welcome to my channel.
Jesi pogledao ono za specijalnu municiju u Hančodanu?
Yes.
I, je li ti interesantno? Da možeš sa dvocevkom nekoga da, ako staviš one X-e, one flašete, možeš nekoga da double tapuješ na jedno 30 metara. Ako znaš da pogodiš relativno ono centar mase. Ako nisi Milan Belada, znaš. Plus čovjek je predložio za onaj kao budget loadout Nagant onaj precision sa otrovnom municijom i time taguješ nekog, prebaciš na kratež, recimo Cadwell Rival, u dvoceku sold off i dekneš ga jednom sa tom, kako se zove, bleeding municijom i najvratnije mrtav. To ti je ono maksimum panic mod. Mislim, kad pukneš nekog s otrovnim metkom, možeš da ga gađaš čistom municiju, to ti je da potvrdiš kill u suštini. Ili ako ga pukneš sa Sparks pištoljem, na neku relativnu distancu, ono, u grudni koš ili u ruku, i prebaciš na dvocevku pune dužine, na primjer, koji ima flašete, to je skine 110 health ili jače na neku 15-20 metara i da počne ga blida. To bi trebalo da je to. Ali to majstor za hunt koji ne igra sa custom municijom zato što njemu treba penetracija, znaš. Čovjek koji nikad nije ubio kroz nikoga.
Gdje ideš?
Nemoj da ideš kod mene. Urađeno. La 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 la. Get 10 kills. Ovo je zabagovano. Zabagovano, definitivno. Fuck you and your fucking challenge.
Ovo je Milan.
Šta to? Idem. AMD is for people who can't afford Nvidia. AMD price... Sad piše drugi panel. Da, price to performance is unmatched. AMD has driver issues. That was how long ago they both have issues. Nemam nekih drivera bitnih problema. Jedino što treba da resetuješ je onaj, kako se zove, cache, ali to moraš iz Nvidia da radiš, nebitno. Evo, moja reakcija na sve to. Redosledom koji sam pročitao. Alo. Diši, diši. F-Tac, Green Line, FSS, ole. Ole. OLED. Jes, Nenade.
A gledamo ovo. Feminiskim kako mogu budu grupe i to.
Pa naravno da mogu. Izašao mi je sinoć neki, ovo je za sve, izašao mi je neki short da je neka ženska, ti ono kao takmiče muškarci protiv žena, znaš, ono kao, ono, američki gladijator, te gluposti. Sad neka ženska kao bodybuilder, kao ono, znaš kako je napucana, neka azijatki, onako mala, ono, znaš, nabijena. Protiv nekog lika, a on je tipa, ono, ne znaš, godinu dve bio MMA fighter. I ono izgleda ono sitno, znaš. Nije nabijeno, ono, znaš, ono, hladno građena, nije ono bodybuilder. I on ulazi u ring i ono smeje se, znaš, i ono kao, mi racimo, ono sva ozbiljno, znaš. I dolazi ona njega, znaš, zgrabi, hoće kao da ga baci. I on ovako uvati se i okrene se oko nje, znaš. Ono, oko, da, i uvati i prikuje na pod i koleno me pritisne, nije na grudi, znaš, nego na stomak i prikuje i drugom rukom preko ono vrata i ono, znaš, ono, cima i, znaš, i ovi ono, naš publiku, znaš, kao navija za njih ove druge žene, kurec. Ono, i dalje, ono, znaš, njemu smešno, znaš, neće sad da ono ubije od batine, pak je žena. I ono, znaš, drži i ono, znaš, ono, znaš, šta. I to je kraj, znaš. I čitam komentare za taj YouTube short, kaže, pola njih napiše, pa kao, on je birao nju, kao baš je kao đubre. Kaže, ko nije gledao show, kaže, treba da kapira da kaže zapravo ona birala njega, zato što je on, znaš, ono, najsitniji bio od svih, ali se kao zesnuo.
Čovjek posada bije ljudi.
Da, pa kaže, snimalo napore. Ja, ima i drugi, znaš, a nisam ja ono šovinista. Imaš ono...
Pa nema to veze muškarac žena i da je ušao neki
Slušaj.
Eto, kao imao bi snagi, ali isto bi gledao.
Imaš ono kao ceremonija neka i treba sada opali iz stopa. I stoji muški i ženski gardista. I sad, gardista onako krupan tip, ono, znaš, ispravi ono vojnik. I pored neka sitna žanica, onako, znaš, prosječnog građana. I sad ona vuče onaj učkur, onaj top, onaj kanap, znaš. I ona vuče... I ona i dalje vuče, ili ih prođe ne iza, nego ispred topa, prođe, ispod cevi, znaš, prođe ispod cevi i samo ovako, znaš, rukom, nije gurno, samo ovako, znaš, tap ovako, i da samo, pointa priče, žene ne treba da rade muške poslove, bez da se ja šovinist, opet kažem.
Ljudska civilizacija ide ka propasti zbog feministkinja.
Pa, ja ću da kažem, zaslužuju sve što dolazi. Bilo bi dobro, sad ćete reći, bilo bi dobro kad bi žene išle u rat umjesto muškaraca. Ne bi bilo puno borbe, znaš. Ni puno mrtvih.
Ja mislim da bi bilo mnogo više mrtvih.
Ma ne bi bilo mrtvih, ne bi moglo volo
Znaš, ja mislim da bi bilo mnogo više mrtvih.
A od civila, je li?
Ma svega bi bilo više mrtvih. Nego...
Ljudi, jeste vidjeli šta u Ukrajini rade, to je tuga jedna, bre.
Kome, ženama?
Enter in the Bosna.
Kome radi u Ukrajini? Vlada.
Ma gdje be, žene be nisu normalne.
Ne, feministkinje. Nisu normalne. Imaš... Aha.
Definitivno nemaju isti osjećaj za rat kao mi.
Ne treba niko da ima osjećaj za rat.
Mi možda ne bi su bili ono, nemilosrdni do koske, ali one one to mogu.
Misliš, bio bi rado istrabljenja s njima, a? A što te kažeš?
Use the poison, Kim. Molim.
Da.
Čujem kurac onog po bossa. Kako si ti mene pogodio u glavu, a ne možeš pogodiš ovoga?
Srać. Kako to kaže kod nas. Srać.
Katastrofa, ovoga se bije sa bossom, ali jedni katastrofa, znači ne čuješ ništa.
Da.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Ili što kaže, čuješ kurac.
Manio sam
Aj, popis.
iz Ukrajine jer
Ma grupa si se toga, Vlado. Ja to i ne pratim uopšte.
više nije primano šta se radi.
Ja to i ne pratim. Što mene tiče, neke pobiju svi. Samo neke drže što dalje od nas.
Ili bolje reći, nek naši političari drže naše vojnike što dalje od te zebanci.
Skoro mislim da sam u ratu da moje eto, najzadnje 30. godine. Ja mislim da je izbio rat, ja bi bio nemilosredan katastrofa. Ne znam, kako sam puno 30 godine, to mi nekako...
Privlačite šta?
Ne privlači me više. Možda je to razlog što se u Rimskom carstvu ljudi penzionisali sa 30 godina. Dobiješ imanje, dobiješ amat, ili sad radi nešto.
Kako dobiješ alat? A, pošalju tu je penziju, jel to? Odslužio si svoje, ćao. Ili ti koji ćeš kurac da smetaš, a?
Happy Nation. Otsuda su.
Frost damage. Oh my god. Yes.
Paul.
10 kills in 5 seconds. Get out.
Ma dave.
Ne, nemoj me tražit meč. Prijatno.
Jesi Milane.
Radiš Milane.
A? Nis.
Vaši.
Šta sad? Milko je sto... Dobro. 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 A ruska stoka. Ja bi mu posle poklao celu familiju. Našao bi deževe i sebi mu poklao.
Neka ne da.
Dobro je.
On je otišao... Ne može dobro, on je otišao njemu pomogne, a on i tako. Nije tačno. Niko ne može na tebe da ćeš ti da ideš na koju liniju kod dobrovoljac. Možeš budeš gdje hoćeš. Možeš i samostalno da napadeš što hoćeš. U kojim komandom mora da budeš? Isto tako ja mogu da ubijem njega.
Dobro, nešto, nemoj, brate,
I'm always
toga tako ložiš, brate, pusti, brate. A znam, ali ti sa njim, ti ne možeš da lepo pričaš, jer on je lud, razumiješ? Pa zato što hoće da ubije stalno ljude, razumiješ? Čovječe, ovaj Hunt, to je stranje gdje je čovjek počeo da igra Hunt, jer je on lud, čovječe.
Postoje krvožedan. Nemaš pada.
Nikad se ne ubije.
Da. To?
Treba bi avion. I puče. I pukla je na zemlju, a? Da. Yok yok. Igen be igen. Kako da ne igen? Če regeš? Pa nađi ga.
Pa nađi igrača. Nađi igrača.
Vlado, ćeš li sa nama?
Ne znam da to, ja to slabo.
Evo će pozovemo Matrovnog. Posle sam pozvao Matrovnog. Zovi. Zovi, ajde, zovi Matrov.
Šta je?
Evo ga, gdje si Matrov? Či digaš?
Ej, pravim neki video, ne mogu sad, je.
O, čovjek je bacio
Ništa, viči.
Jesi vidio ti to moj nešto? Čovjek
Viči,
je
Maki.
bacio u montažere.
Pravim jedan lep video.
U montažere se
Ne
bacio.
montažereja.
Le montažere.
Kaže. Vičić Makić je ili...
Nenade, zašto ne slušaš Sunce ti poljubim?
Nisam čuo. Znam, tu je bila kasa na JSO-a. Tu ćemo da obnovim kad bude došlo vreme za to. Pa ja. I ostali. Ti ne moraš ako nećeš, ti nijesi Srbin, pa će da ti pomognemo da izgubiš državljanstvo Republike Srbije. I beneficije koje imaš na državljanstvu. Tako da više nema leba bez motike, nema...
Žabe internet.
Nema više besplatno zdravstveno, nema ovoga, nema onoga.
Računi moraju da se plaćaju. Da se preispita poreklo imovine. Je li tako, Nenad? Da se plati porez za sve što nije legalizovano. Ako ne možda dokažeš...
Nego ste vidjeli, to su Kosovali popizeli što moraju da krenu da plaćaju račune.
Grenade! They're taking B. Grenade!
Welcome to my channel.
Changing mags. Shit! Contact! Contact! Down to our last objective. Defend. We lost B. Friendly mosquito deployed. Changing mags. Friendly UAV online. Reloading. Hostile mosquito is online. I'm taking fire. 1 minute remaining. Taking fire. Reloading.
Komunikacije bez... Ako hoćeš komunikaciju, bolje da igram Battlefield. Kam fiesta, a?
Ne mogu se jebam. Ili je Znači, se nama koji pacaju.
Han, šodan. Sa dvocevkom i katanom, šta? Ti zapavaš.
Alo, gas ta govna.
Može, ja ću da igram Winchesterku, mačetu, bokser i medkit. Evo, sad odmah ću ti šta se šta dignu. Wow! Such a engaging gameplay.
Damn, that shit was close.
Set up a perimeter, keep those objectives secure.
Can I please close the door? No, no.
Šta Nenade? Šta hoćeš u Nenade?
Taking effective fire.
Ja sam ušao upati, samo da se čekaš.
They're taking B. Taking effective fire.
Let's make a deal.
UAV online.
So, what now? They're upstairs, we're downstairs.
We have one objective remaining. Keep it below safe. Friendly UAV.
Did any of you played Battlefield? No?
They're taking B. Enemy UAV active.
There is a guy literally camping the second floor.
Grenade out.
Eat shit.
Target sight. Grenade out. I'm taking fire. Switching mags.
Cock.
Grenade out.
X-ray down.
The enemy's running low on reinforcements. Taking contact to Bravo. Grenade out. They're taking B. Grenade out. UAV in the area. Enemies at Bravo. They're taking B. Friendly Mosquito active. Taking contact to Bravo. Mission failed. Return to base.
Yeah, this house is very balanced. Sorry for saying that. Okay. Sure. see. Controller lobby. Like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Kako da ne? Kako da ne? Povinite se.
Domination. Spetsnaz operatives, secure and maintain the objective. We're taking
Ako
Alpha.
postoji onaj svet, nadam se da čita i lupa.
We control Alpha. We have taken the lead.
Regress. Welcome to my channel.
Milane! Ne mogu da verujem. Ja ne mogu da verujem.
What's your aim? We're taking Bravo. Grenade!
Ne mora se čeka 5 minuta da verujem.
Brother.
Loading fresh mag.
Neke komande. What?
Enemies securing Bravo. Objective Bravo compromised. Get it back.
Best not to turn your laser sight on. Might not
We're
see
taking
me the
Charlie.
rest of the match.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Stun grenade out!
Charlie secure. Securing objective Bravo.
Ain't much of a finisher.
We're taking Bravo. We've secured the lead. The enemy took Charlie. The enemy holds all objectives. We've lost the lead. Hostile Mosquito is online. Securing objective Bravo.
Fire!
Got him.
Hostile care package deployed. Enemy UAV active. We control Bravo.
Swapping back. What's your aim? Loading fresh mag.
Enemies taking Bravo. Hostile counter UAV overhead. Objective
Yeah,
Charlie
right.
secure.
Right to us.
Enemies securing Bravo.
Changing mag. Swapping mags.
Objective Bravo is compromised. Get it back.
Was the funniest shit ever. Wow.
We're losing Charlie. Friendly care package on the way. Enemies in control of all objectives. Hostile UAV in the area. We're taking Bravo.
Frag out.
Securing objective Charlie.
Tossing stun.
Enemy UAV active. Objective Bravo secure. Friendly UAV online.
Stun grenade out. Hey. Taking rounds.
Securing objective Alpha. We're taking Charlie. Enemies taking Bravo.
Swapping mags.
Securing objective Charlie. We're taking Alpha. Alpha secure.
Are you kidding? Okay, that was easy.
Might not see me the rest of the match.
Tossing stun. Got you covered. Frag out. Taking rounds. Swapping mags.
The enemy has captured two objectives. Securing objective Bravo.
Taking rounds. Tit for tat, mate.
Securing objective Charlie. Enemies taking Alpha. Objective Alpha is compromised. The enemy is gaining ground. Push them back. We're taking Bravo.
What the fuck was that?
Hostile UAV in the area.
Under fire.
The enemy holds two
Lord.
objectives. Secure those positions. Securing objective Alpha. Enemy securing
Moguće da je Faktori otišao ili je zapostavljen.
Tossing stun.
A?
Frag out.
A, moguće, mora da mu se pažnja daje.
Faktori? Urte ovu Faktori? Nema Hanta, nema života. Jebo majku.
Friendly UAV on station.
Now, die with some grace.
We're losing Alpha. We're taking Charlie. Enemies taking Alpha. The enemy has captured two objectives. Securing objective Charlie. We're losing Alpha. Enemies in control of all objectives. Charlie secure.
No, you're not.
Hostile UAV in the area. Securing objective Bravo.
Throwing grenade.
We're losing Charlie. Objective Charlie is compromised. Get it. Hostiles launched the cruise missile. We're taking Charlie.
Grenade.
Objective Charlie secure.
Swapping mags.
Friendly UAV online.
Taking rounds.
Ain't much of a finisher.
We control two objectives. Enemy is securing Charlie. Enemy securing Bravo.
Lord.
Taking rounds. Throwing stun grenade. Stun grenade out. Frag out.
UAV active. We're losing Charlie.
Where did you like to shoot?
Hostile counter UAV overhead. The enemy took Charlie. Friendly cruise missile deployed. Hostile mastermind detected. Our counter UAV is active. Enemy is taking Bravo. UAV on station. We're taking Alpha.
Grenade.
Securing objective Alpha. Securing objective Alpha.
Tit for
Secure.
tat.
Enemy is taking Alpha. We hold all objectives. Do not lose control.
Frag out.
Kako je sam igraš, ja da nekom čudom, jako čudom.
We're losing Alpha.
Changing mag.
Enemy is taking Alpha.
ponovno. Kući kurac. Molim. Full damage. Kakav full damage na pola metra? Full damage sa ovoga! Pa kako je ova igra?
Swapping backs.
We're losing Charlie.
Kaj šapu ženo, bre, poremećeno. Šta ti je? Malo.
We're taking Alpha. Objective
Oj,
Charlie
Hriste
compromised.
Bože.
We're taking Charlie.
Šta je ne rade? Šta je
Oh,
bilo?
some people are actually camping.
Gledam, dobio sam full damage sa pale slame koja nema pola metra.
E pa što pada
We're
sa
losing
slame?
Alpha. Hostile UAV in the area.
Molim?
We're taking
Laž,
Bravo.
moja laž. Oj ga je govna.
Bravo, secure. Securing objective Charlie.
Nije u redu da pada.
Hostile care package deployed. We're taking Charlie.
Moj ne zezaš.
Enemy UAV active. Enemy is taking Alpha. All objectives are under our control. Friendly mosquito deployed.
Tossing smoke.
Moj ne zezaš.
Mission failed. Return to base.
I help you win, and you give me tummy rubs
Still I camp.
for an hour.
Enough. Frost damage. Frost damage. Kakav fall damage? Pa nema fall damage u Handshotgun, ima samo...
Dobio sam ga.
Ima samo
Dobio sam full damage.
neka nemoguća desinhronizacija, razumeš, da je... Ko zna na šta si stajao.
Going under the knife to change your physical body to look more for men.
Don't you have
I don't think
Botox?
it has anything to do with
Yes,
being
I've gotten
fuckable.
Botox.
I think
Also, we do it for ourselves.
Yeah, getting breasts and getting a BBL is much different than getting Botox.
But I also didn't
Correct?
get it. I didn't get it for a man. I got it for
But
myself.
you absolutely got it for men.
That's
No,
that's
I
not our
didn't. I got it
perception
for
on it though.
myself. No one gets a boob job for themselves.
I do
That's
get it for
ridiculous.
myself.
You do that? To feel confident for yourself.
Yeah, but it's feeling confident because you feel more.
Why does it have to be all?
Why is everything about? Literally. Why is everything about? You're getting breasts? Are you you are adding a sexual organ to your body? How is that about? Is that a joke?
I
Because
think
it's
you
part of
might
your
be the
body.
joke.
We all. Yes, but you are altering your body in a potentially lethal.
Lower your voice.
In a potential.
Lower your
Oh,
voice.
Yo, she wants smoke from like everybody. This is okay. This is good.
Going under the knife to change your physical body to look more.
No fiddle fucking today, squad. Get in, get it done, and get out.
5 of the worst wartime betrayals. During war, who you can trust is one of the most essential and important things, whether it's on the battlefield or in the war room. Betrayal of this trust can have catastrophic consequences that ripple far beyond personal grievances, impacting the entire trajectory of war and human history. Across thousands of years, there have been times in war when people have made decisions that can only be seen as a deep betrayal of their comrades and country. The attack on Mers el Kabir. It all started soon after Dunkirk. It's 1940, and the French army has suffered heavy losses. By June 7th, the Germans were less than 70 miles from Paris. The chances of the French negotiating with the Axis began to look more and more likely. The rest of the Allies, particularly the British, had a big problem with this. The French fleet was one of the world's largest navies, and a strength against the Axis powers. What would happen if it fell straight into the Germans' waiting hands? Not only would the loss of such a fleet be a major blow, but handing it to the other side could spell disaster. In Britain, talks on how to proceed if France dropped out of the war had already begun. Admiral Darlan of the French fleet tried to assuage these concerns, responding he would never hand over the fleet, and orders to scuttle it would be given if there was no choice. In Britain, the War Cabinet met and agreed that they would only allow France to sign an armistice if it was moved to British ports before negotiations began. Unfortunately, this would leave French North Africa wide open to retaliation, and Premier Reynaud wasn't willing to risk it. The two countries continued to go back and forth. Reynaud resigned after another British proposal was rejected by his cabinet, and French Admiral Darlan was adamant Britain wouldn't survive the German advance, and that he didn't, quote, create a fleet to offer it to the British. Nevertheless, word was sent to the British reiterating their promise to never let the fleet fall into German hands. Unfortunately, Churchill was disinclined to take them at their word, so Britain discussed another option. They sink the French fleet themselves. Meanwhile, Hitler recognized the French would never include the fleet in any armistice, and instead offered that the ships would remain at Axis-controlled ports, firmly out of the war effort. The armistice was signed on June 22, 1940. It was then that Britain began discussing the reality of Operation Catapult. Appointing Vice Admiral Sir James Somerville, he was to sail to Mers el Kabir, where a portion of the French fleet was kept, with 4 options for the Admiral. 1. Bring ships back to British harbors and continue the fight. 2. Bring ships back to British harbors and allow them to be repatriated. 3. Sail to French ports in the West Indies and have the ships demilitarized. 4. Sink them. The Admiral refused. With great regret and no small degree of awareness regarding the treachery they were displaying, British Vice Admiral Somerville gave the order to...
Šta ti treba, hoćeš da digneš V RAM koji Windows adresira na to, na hard disku.
No, a da, ne znam kom je. Svako malo me hiti van iz Hanta. A ne znam ko je pominjao da je podignuo tu nenadim kod
Nisam to blizu.
Nisi ti?
Jesi ti meni jednu stavio. Koliko ja memoriju?
16.
To je dovoljno, nije trebalo da uopiti vas. Sad i 10.
Ono najjače. 3, 4, 4, 4, što nema pojma. Čekaj da vidim.
2006.
Ne, jače. Čekaj.
Možda mu nije uključeno na XMP profil. BS.
Može to biti.
A ne znam, DVD na koliko mi radi memorija.
Idi četvrno te, ali gdje liči čak Messenger.
Evo ga Boris, ajde Boris, izvoli.
Deadpool actual strike team. Locate and recover Dr. Jansen. No diversions. Coming up in your AO. Stand by for pickup.
Sve to moramo ovako. Task manager. Memory. Znači imam... Ne, 2666. Slabo te čujem, Fest.
Nisi učitao u BIOS-u XMP profil.
Slušaj, kad se pali računar, imaš onaj podsistem ili ti taj BIOS.
DOS, znam BIOS.
BIOS, jasno. I tamo imaš da namestiš, to ako imaš DDR4 RAM, moja pretpostavka je verovatno da imaš DDR4 RAM.
Da, DDR4.
Iako ti piše na kutiji od RAM-a da je deklarisan, na primjer, na 3400, 3600, nebitno, on ne radi iz kutije na tolikoj frekvenciji, nego moraš ti ručno da ga podesiš da on radi na toj brzini.
A to moram u BIOS?
To moraš u BIOS da uđeš i sad zavisi kakav BIOS imaš, ne bi trebalo da je toliko teško. Kako ide ona prva strana od BIOS-a, Boris?
Treba da ide na Advanced, pa na Overclock, tamo kod memory ima da učita XMP profil.
Da, imaš...
Zavisi do matične.
Zavisi od BIOS-a, nije to baš...
Ali je uvek pod Advanced, nije ovaj...
Kaži mi B450
A mislim, čekaj samo.
Može CPU Z da pokreni, da nam kaže šta ima i od RAM-a i...
A misliš da je onaj Asus ROG, ne znam koja je, čekaj. Šta si rekao da potegnem, pokrenem?
Imaš besplatan... Dobro, izvoli Boris, ajde.
A dobro, to moram... A dobro, to moram kad ga ugasim, to ne mogu sad ništa. To ga moram ugasiti pa upaliti.
Kako mi idemo, asistiramo jedino da instalira Discord na mobilnom telefonu i da nam podeli video. Da mu tako kažem.
A dobro, imam ja na ovom telefonu. Te da vidim koja je matična network adapters. Display, firewire, to ništa.
Mainboard.
Tražim. Keyboard, monitor, networks. System device. A jevi ga, to nije posto. Gledam budu task manager, da će mi izbaciti pod... Izbaciva sve, znači i procesore i sve, ali mainboard mi ne izbaciva. Ova DDR4 je memorija, a CPI X64 je ovaj. Ali znači samo matično ne vidim apsolutno. A je i kontroleri ne. Mislim, matična je Realtekova, ja mislim, ona nekakva...
Realtek ti je ili mrežna kartica ili integrisana udiška kartica.
Čekaj, prebacit ću se na mobitel, ali čekaj malo. Ma ne da je Roša, čekaj da ga... Kako ulazim u bio, koji je F5?
Delete ili F2?
Aha, delete. Onda ćemo delete. Nije ništa loše s matičnom.
F8 ti je za ovo, za...
Dobre, ne zbunjuj čoveka. Nije smešno.
Koga zbunje, ne zbunje ga.
Moju da mu sad deliš savete za nešto što mu trenutno ne treba. Bude pitao kako ulazi u safe boot, Ili kako?
Ne, ajmo sad ovak, znači ušao sam u gigabitova je matično. Sad imam onaj novi moderni ti je BIOS, sad imam tu favorites. Samo to ništa, tweaker. Imam tweaker, tu mogu nešto tweakat. CPU voltaž, DRAM voltaž control. VDDQ, CPU, to ništa. Kod settings, tu imam samo PCI health status. System info. Ne, tu isto ne mogu niš mijenjati. Boot, ništa, boot je boot.
Pod speaker mu je, ja mislim to.
Pod speaker? Aha, advanced CPU settings, advanced memory settings.
Memory settings.
Aha, dobro. Memory boot je auto, real time memory timing, memory and change settings, thread loop count. Memory channel timing, memory channel settings. Tu ne mogu ništa ne sve pod auto.
Ne, tu gdje ti piše auto, to baš možeš da proveriš. Trebalo bi da imaš nekakav padajući meni na koji možda tapneš i da promeniš to.
Da, ali imam tu memory boot mod, on mi nudi znači samo to ništa memory boot. Real time memory timing, to je to. Memory nekakva enhancement settings. Tu mi nudi ništa. Čekaj da ovdje ima tu ponovo pod System memory multiplier, znači tu sad mogu, ne ništa, tu mi je na auto i piše mi 2667, to je valjda memorija, pretpostavljam brzina memorije, tako.
2667, da, 2667 MHz. A ona ti...
Ispod toga mi piše memory ref clock.
Pa toliko mu trenutno radi, Vlado, 2667.
Na 266.
To ne znam, nemam kutiju od njegovog rama, ne mogu da ti pročitam na koliko je rekao.
A ne znam ni ja koliko je, ne znam di mi je to uopće. Ali dobro, znači tu ispod toga imam taj memory drift clock. Njega mogu auto 100 i 133, je gotovo značilo. Mijenjat. A ovdje...
Ako imaš profil, da upišeš istim te profil.
Ma nemam profil, di da ga... DRAM voltage control.
Nije to pod voltaž.
Da, znam, to mora biti pod tu, ali velim, ovo sistem... A imam nešto...
Dobro.
A imam nekakav extreme memory profil.
Je, to ti je XMP, Extreme Memory Profile.
Imam, znači, imam disable ili profil 1, znači, pitam te profil 1.
Imaš da tapneš na, piše ti koliko su povišavanja na profilu 1.
3200 je na tom profilu 1.
Stavi na 3600.
Ne mogu mijenjati.
Ne možeš promeniti.
Ne mogu, samo mi nudi 3200.
Dobro, onda ne može brže od toga.
A vjerovatno ne može brže.
Onda je deklarisan na 3200. Ali on tebi, ako sam shvatio, radi trenutno po tom defaultu na 2600.
Da, sad sam učitao taj drugi profil. Znači,
i sad bi trebalo da radi brže za koliko 600 MHz.
A da. Sad idem samo na save and exit i to je to.
Sad ako imaš AMD, procesor, to bi trebalo da napravi razliku. Ako imaš Intel, neće ni nešto biti puno razlika.
Tu smo ok, tu smo savali. Ništa, idemo na save and exit. Check profil. Ok. Idemo na save and exit. Ok. Sad si glavi van, izvatao sam, sad ćemo vidjeti na koliko je memorija. Ništa sad bi trebalo raditi na 3200. A sad je li nekakva razlika, nije, ne znam.
Koji procesor ti to? To ti je Ryzen, ako sam dobro shvatio, ako je Nenad pričao o B4.
Ne, kod mene je Intel i5.
Intel?
Da.
Ajde, što lupaš onda?
Ja sam ga pitao jel ima B450, ne lupam.
Ne, kod mene je Intel.
Šta te asociralo uopšte da ima B450 ili B550?
Ne, ploča je gigabitova, nešto ultra durable mi sad izbacilo, a procesor je ona i5 na 12400. A grafička je AMD-ova, ona 6.12 GB.
Koliko, Boris, ima razlike kod Intela kad učitaš taj XMP?
Pa Intel je manje od tebi.
Sad će, samo mi se vidi, sad ću performance. Da, sad ne piše CPU memorija, RAM memorija 3200. Ono me sad snima želim. Pa dobro, možda to ne treba.
Možda i pokaže, možda i ne pokaže.
Pokazat ću. Kod overclocka procesora zna ako ga baš ono, jeli, što kažu, nariktaš, jeli? Kod overclocka procesora zna da ne pokaže, ono kaže unknown CPU model. Ako si ono baš stavio nešto nenormalno, kao moj drug jedan.
Ne, ja samo, znači evo, moj ti, znači, procesor ti je Intel 12. generacije, 64 bitno, to je to bitno. Mislim, ja sam zadovoljan kako on radi, sve to radi fenomenalno, nego samo ovo memoriju nisam nikad petio po tome, tako da.
Pa u suštini, kod DD4 memorije, to otprilike što ja znam, svaki proizvođač će ti prodati RAM i ono kad ti kupiš na kutiji će da piše naš 3600, 4000, ali on ne radi na toliko. Oni rade recimo na 30% nižoj, razumiješ, brzini nego toj, zato što oni žele da se ograde od toga da ti recimo ono kao prokuva račun.
Prebacio sam se. A ne, nego se zamisli dešava da me izbaci iz kanta van. Ne znam ko je to pričao da je to kad ti radi virtualno ne može.
Ne, ti imaš 16 giga RAM, ja ne znam šta možeš ti paviti.
A to je neko smo mi.
Upravo u ovom.
Dobro, di se pojačava virtualna memorija, isto u to, ubio se.
Izvoli, Boris.
Budemo probali to.
Ono što bi to trebalo da uradi je da ti skine sa sistemskog hard diska jedno 32 giga i da te to koristi kao nekakvu cache memoriju za virtualnu memoriju kad ti nestane rama, jel?
Da, ne bi mi skreo nestane rama.
Ne, 16 giga ne. Znam, ali ko što rekao.
Da vidimo, open settings, idemo settings, kliknite na sistem, dobro, kliknuli smo na sistem, klik about, gdje mi je about mi je, gdje mi je jebeni, about,
Na profilu 1 radit će ti bolje nego što ti je radio
Pa dobro, to vjerujem, pa sad radi na većem
Koliko ja znam, 2600 i 3200 to je jedno 20% overclocka toga rana. Sam dobro rekao statista, jeste 20%. Kad voziš kola 100 na sat, mislim da se osjeti kad dodaš još pedala pa voziš 120.
Pa dobro, ovo isto nije na pamet, ovo su oni napravili baš u kompjuterskom servisu, cijeli komp složili, ja sam ga kupio samo gotovog, tako da sumnjam da su metnuli nekakvu bezvezu.
Ne, nisu, ali nisu vratno htjeli da se igraju s tim, da ne bi bilo da oni posle snose, razumiješ, posljedice ako kao, znaš, ti budeš imao problema, pa onda ti kažeš šta je ovo ne radi.
Da, pa dobro. Jedno kad sam naš mislio možda sad staviti 2 puta po 16, ali sad nisam.
To sam i ja htio, ali mogu da nađem RAM isti kao što imam računar.
Pa dobro, ja moram izvaditi oba dva van, jer ja imam kužiš 2 mjesta, ja imam 2 puta 8 pločica. Tako da ovako jednak moram to sve izbaciti van i staviti. Nenade, ti si u igri, Nenade? Kod mene je 2 puta 16, 90 eura, tako.
2 puta 16 giga?
Da.
32
Mislim da novi...
32 giga rama.
Da.
Koliko sam ja platio kod nas, ali kod određenog dobavljača. Ne mogu reći da svuda košta toliko.
Čekaj, sad ću ti točno reći koliko je u ovom šanu što ja uzimam. Oni su uskapno dobro, se da možda naći nešto ovim filmom. Idemo DDR4, DDR5 mislim da nema smisla.
Ne, moraš novu ploču uzeti.
Da, moram ploču. Mislim sad ne da pošto kompjuter novi, ali evo DDR4. Stranu negdje. 16 GB, znači 16 GB pločica ti je 50 eura. Čak i manje, ali ima popust ako zemeš za gotovinu. Evo ti, znači ova DDR4 Furijeva na 3200, 51, znači 46 eura pločica u 16 GB.
Povoljno dosta.
uzet ću dve pločice po 16, no. Evo, a da, ovo je ništa, to je...
Seismic readings will help locate Terminus's mining operations. Dig in your heels and protect our assets.
Ramp je fabrički već. Ramp je fabrički već ovo...
Da.
Ili, pa dobro, ali mogu onda i ovak, evo ti imaš kupit 84 eura, ti je pločica 32 gige. Ne? Ovo je... Evo ga. Tu ti je znači. To je jedna, to je isto jedna. Aha, evo. Tu je, znači imaš 32 GB na 3200, 83 eura je. 32 GB RAM. Pa ne nalazi. Ovo je sve tu na 3200 što nalazi. Pa dobro, imaju vjerojatno i oni, samo čekaj, evo ima. Evo ga, 2 puta 16 kod Ser. 2 puta 16.
Katorijem ti to naklopuje 4 i 8.
Evo znači, košta ti 104 eura, 2 puta 16 GB na 3600. A?
Vidi sa Katorijem, s Milanom, on to naklopuje bez problema na 4 i 8.
Katori kancu.
Katori to ima ti reši.
Ili evo 2 puta po 32 gige na 3600 ti je 170 eura. S tim si riješio onda sve probleme.
Ili koliko da mu platimo gorivo. Za cenu goriva ćeš nam to napraviti. Samo da ne mora on da plaća ovaj putarinu.
Znači 2 puta to je to. Nema potrebe više tražiti. Čekaj, ne da izaša ići četiri. Sada vidim da nije u četu, a vidim ga da je u pamet.
Treba mu koncentracion. Maksimum.
Jedno kaj me jebe, znači apsol. Samo sad ne znam. A?
IGM, nego mi je bilo puknuo IGM.
A, pukak je IGM.
A, možda i ti treba da proveriš virtualnu
memoriju.
To se već uvođenje. Nego je
se...
problem u jebenom grupom etarijanu kantu. Ta poljska gona htjela da pohvaća onda i...
Vidiš. Jedno više ne znam šta me jebe ti jebeni FPS-i. Znači ne meni dobiti više od 80 FPS. A? Pa do sad sam imao 144, bez problema.
Excuse me? Miss, can I have the check, please?
Ne pa, razmem. A viš, sad sam tu neke pomrdao u AMD softveru, sad mi je performance grade excellent. Sad bi trebalo znači biti na 144, sad ćemo vidjeti. Nenade, šta ima Nenade?
Nema ništa.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel. Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
Time's up. Reinforcements are outside looking for parking. Seems like Fletcher's been improving response times. Here they come.
Da, sad mi je na 130 FPS.
A jesi li probao da uđeš na onu trening mapu? Znaš, da vidiš koliko je tamo? Ili tamo...
Pa nemeš tam, tamo ti je uvijek 144.
Ne, uvijek. Ako nešto nije u redu... Ako nešto nije u redu sa računarom, onda bi ti tamo bio niži FPS, a na live serveru ti zavisi FPS od konekcije, no.
Sad mi je opet na 95. A to je neke kod njih valjda u kuću server ili... I to zadnji...
Pogledaj GPU load, molim te.
A di da to pogledam?
Ali imaš kamen sign afterburner. U stvari, jel imaš... Ti imaš Radeon?
Da.
I guess.
Aha, jesam, evo čekaj. Jesam. GPU temperatur mi je 66. Frame rate mi je 95. Kaj da pogledam? GPU, kaj si rekao?
Treba GPU load da gledaš.
Load?
Da.
Pa di da nađem taj GPU load.
GPU utility, sad ti piše nešto u procentima.
Aha, GPU clock speed. Ništa, VRAM clock speed mi na 1982 MHz, voltaž ništa, power ništa.
Nešto u procentima gledaj, ako ti piše da.
Misliš koliko je iskorišten ili šta? Pa nema tu niš. Ovo je utilization 78%.
Pa to ti je.
To je to.
To treba ti vuti na 98, 99, ne da te vuti da. Koja je rezolucija?
2K.
Čudi me.
Ako na 2K imaš koliko 90 do 140 FPS, to je dosta dobro, samo znaš.
Sad imam 100 FPS-a na 2K, ali imao sam 144. Ali dobro.
Nešto da s tom grafikom može 144.
Pa kad ti kažem, u 2K 144 FPS. Bez problema.
Jel ti radio skoro sam update za drivere?
A svako malo ih radi.
Nije, ja sam provjeravao svaki dan drivere za grafiku, nije bilo skoro update-ovo.
O mene ga je radio prošli tjedan.
Da li si obrisao onaj cache folder za shadere? Imaš shader?
Nisam niš brisao.
Mene je GPU utilization 60.
Znaš čovjeku da objasniš najde bez da ja moram sad da uskočim u vodu i plivam da me zombi ne bi ubili. Znaš čovjeku da objasniš kako da uđe i da obriše onaj shader cache folder da mu ga Hunt napravi opet.
To mora izađemo iz igre.
Da, to mora da uradi u Windows. Ali...
Dobro, to ćemo kasnije onda. Mislim dobro, on radi sad na konstantnih 94 FPS-a, tako da ok, nije to sad preloše. U 2K samo. U 4K kad sve dignem na full mi radi na 60.
GPU mi je na 50 stepeni, CPU na 70.
Nije malo previše toplo CPU. Samo pitam.
Moj obi da umenjem pasku.
Kaj bi bilo, pa ima pa grafička je 12 GB RAM, radi fenomenalno. Hunt mogu ti znači staviti na 4K iz streama da vidiš, znači...
Ti znaš da je ta Hunt pokreći engine koji je star, Borise, ovo je za Borisa, koji je star 5 godina, znaš to? I nisu ga updateovali. Tek sad treba da ga updateuju. Tek sad.
Ba 8 godina, skate.
Dobro, 5 godina od kad su skuckali Hunt. Ali što kažem, Nenad možda je on stariji i nije updateovan, nije ubačen ni DLSS, ni onaj ga zove, ni Ray Tracy, ništa od toga nema. Ne bi smjelo uopšte igra da pravi ikakvih problema. Ali ajde.
A druga stvar, znači, do sad sam na ovom kompu...
Evo, tako su tek sad su speglali tako.
To ne treba da razbijaš glavu s time, Tomislave. Zašto nekad radi na 100, nekad na...
Ne razbijam, ne ti hoću reći ovoga teorije, znači na njemu sam pokretao što se tiče od ovih igara novih, apsolutno sve i apsolutno mi sve radi na 4K, znači bez trzanja, bez ičega. Recimo, čekaj, kaj mi radi na... Ne znam koja igra mi radi na 290 FPS-a od ovih isto novih.
Šta si to igrao? Counter Strike?
Op, čekaj. Ljudi. Znači CSGO sam jedanput probao pokrenut, on mi radi na prek 300 i nešto FPS.
Ali nema smisla.
Ma ne, nek
Da,
ti hoću reći da...
kapiram. Šta da kažeš?
Kurac od ovca.
Tamo, pazi što jeliš. Da ne zaginemo grupu.
Cine Man. Welcome to my channel.
Idu gore. Nenade gore, idu prema tebi.
Znam.
Feels sunny. Okay, I say it feels rainy, but okay. Hello man.
Jedan je vani.
Ubio si mene njega.
Dobro, Nenade. Ne mogu se tu popet gore, a?
Možeš.
O jebote, ali si bacio žicu, Nenade. Jebote, kurac.
Pa sa žicom sam gubio. To mi je omiljeno ubiti.
Jedan još vani, hoćemo ga rašati.
Neću.
Nećemo?
Ne.
Hoćeš da ga ja ubijem?
Ne znam koliko je ekipa tu. To je problem. Jer vidiš da bounty još nije uzet.
Dobro, Nenade, u redu.
Ako imaš neki dinamit, baci ovdje gore.
Imam, čekaj. O jebote. A na cilju sam ga kroz ruku. Ide gore. Jesi ga, Nenade?
Nisam ja.
Nisi ga ti?
Ne, ovo je neke peteke, ja nemam. Ovo je bio moćnik. Znaš što sad neki znam.
Čuo sam,
da znaš da budeš oprezan na bolje.
Tu je od moje strane. Ide prema tam. Dvojica. Ide gore.
Ja baš našao je gol.
Da ulazi unutra.
Konac.
Da, da.
Gdje je ovo?
Jesi opet jedo, jesi. Bomba. Da, budala. Dole.
Target mark. Request
Nešto,
fire.
Pazi leđe, pazi leđe.
Bravo.
Directed.
Da, ova ima Morsina.
Far worse than expected.
Well, that about wraps
Ali ima
up
samo
for
3
this
metka,
episode
tak
of
da ga
Survival
neću
Wars
uzet.
Nightmares Come to Life. Thanks for tuning in.
MXRKSY. Welcome to my channel.
Pa tu su, kaj nisu na ovoj strani.
Imaš gole, jedan. Ču sam
Ali
bio
mislim-
se koncentrirao.
Ali mislim da je on dole ubio nekoga. Ovaj je zapaljen. Ovoga ne možemo lutat.
Ja ti ga.
Extract point marked.
Van compounda imamo ljudi. Tabletamo. Možda probamo da nađemo aligatore.
Možemo?
Ali ima.
Jel znaš
A
kad...
nem. Kaš?
Ništa. To ste reći kad nemaš bounty da i dalje možeš sa onim instinktom da proveriš da li su u relativnoj blizini.
Da, ako stepi crveno onda...
Ura.
Išemo naprijed, ko će teže u goveru, ko znam dego. Svi ovdje smo ekipu TS.
Što ste igrali po Gusi protiv Trijasa?
Da. A ne mogu doći, znači, pet ekipa.
Lakše ti je Trijasa da igraš vrlo. Ja kao solo ti kažem to. Ne kažem da je lako ih ubiti, ali lakše se kretati po mapu.
Strike team. Locate and recover Dr. Jansen. No diversions.
Je, kad imaš trios, onda imaš 3 ekipe, jebi ga. I možda jednoga solo. A kad je duos, imaš 5 ekipa. Makar meni je okej.
Weather balloon data agrees. This is going to be a big one. Strike team, get to exfil ASAP. Beginning final approach to exfil site. Have visual on LZ. Keep it clear. All aboard, strike team, and lay down some cover fire.
Evi, sad mi je recimo 140 FPS. A da vidim ovo.
Vjerojatno im je neki update.
Frame time, frame rate 120 FPS-a. A više imaš u nekakav CPU. Utilization mi je na 100%. Na 100% zeleno. Znači on mi je zeleni cijeli.
Znaš li zašto ti utilization uvek kad igraš Hunt toliko jak? Zbog AI-a. Zato što imaš dosta zombija koji se okolo šeću.
Dosta stvari se spavna zbog toga.
Da, dosta stvari igra mora da pomera okolo. Znači nije u pitanju 10 igrača, nego 200 zombija okolo 10 igrača.
Da, znam.
E to jede cepa i to oni moraju da optimizuju. Ako to ne optimizuju, neće nikad igrati.
Evo sad ću ga dignut, na 4K. Da vidim koliko ću imat FPS-a. Znači idemo na grafik. Grafik ćemo staviti 3840 puta 2160, to je 4K, ali tako? Ja, sad, zakaj mi je sad hit, čekaj. A jebote, kako da sad vratim. Sad mi je hitio ekran, ne vidim dole, apply i ono, kako to vratit nazad. Znaš kaj hoću reći? Promijenio sam rezoluciju i sad mi je to nešto prebacio. Ne vidim ekran u ovom. Čekaj, moja ću izaći van. Nekaj mi je sjebo.
Podigao si, a?
A da li mi onda kužiš previše raširio ekran i nisam vidio ono apply i one gluposti.
Kažem,
Četiri. Da. Da vidim koliko ću imat FPS-a, ne sjećam se koliko je bilo FPS-a na 4K. Evo čekaj, tu sam baš, čekaj da vidimo kad sam tu. Gaming. Home. Ti su mi jebene igre. Znači Escape for Tarkov. Imam 110 FPS.
Jeben Žarko.
Gdje je Fen noć?
Čekaj, idem da...
Evo da, čekaj. Čekam više.
Zašto ti to video, to pre nešto dana neki vidio kako smo lupili sve.
zahtjev.
Čekam tu na svu trojicu.
Da. Dobro, dolazi. Dolazim. Kako misliš sačekali su te kao sa ono... logorom ili tako nešto?
Volkov Shards. Welcome to my channel.
Niste imali sreće.
Šedneš u ceo bez, onaj snimak. Kad se isključio na čovjek i udario se tom vesu i on umre poslije 5 sekundi.
Ko je obrisao? Niko nije obrisao.
A, bez, već.
Ali je malo ludačka situacija.
Toga nisi downloadao. Ono ti niko neće vjerovati, a zapravo verujem ti ja, zato što sam neće to gledati. Gledao sam
Ja
kad...
gledam kako nije umreo.
Kad onaj moj drugar, onaj Mazy, znaš? Ubije lika u glavu i lik priđe i udari ga bombom i ubije. Pa će mrtav.
Evo, ili če, sve ono što sam našao, evo, ubijem čovjeka. Pa na zemlji puška odskoči i ubijem.
Šta puška odskoči? Kao da opalio metak, šta?
Odskoči od zadnje puške i ubijem.
I Nenade, nismo igrali protiv trija, nego protiv duo.
Ne, hoće da kaže...
Ne, opalio si ti zato što onaj jedan lik je pobegao od drugog duo, ali igrali smo sve protiv duo.
Hoće da kaže da je bilo drugih duosa tu.
Znači svi timovi su bili duosi.
Prebaci dole na ovaj viewing content da dobijamo više keša.
A ovaj ti je... Onaj jedan je pobjegao, znači...
Moj prebaciš na dole. Ne standard, nego viewing content.
Jesam. Da vidim sad na 4K kako će delat. Bak me zanima koliko je.
Yarism. Welcome to my channel.
Thanks.
Nađi jednuka?
Evo, čitam danas u Skamovom forumu, veli da ih isto jebu Kinezi, da veli hakuju server, to je strašno. Ja i dalje imam u 4K 83 FPS.
Don't look so surprised. My parents were ex-national intelligence. Taught me to protect myself.
Je to dobro?
Koliko reče imaš? 90 FPS u 4K?
Ne, 85.
To je dosta. Boris nema više. Doduše Boris vjerovatno ne pravi nikakav kompromis kad je grafika u pitanju. Čak i taj motion blur. Ostale gluposti.
Dobro, ajde, nisam dignuo ono nešto dole mi je na low, 3-4 stavke, mora bi to možda dignut na high.
Ne, zašto? Imaš stvari koje tiču nevidljivosti. To ja pokušavam da objasnim jednom magarcu.
Znaš što utraću na polje? Kad ne kućiš redom, još prije ode, ja ništa. Jedan pali na op i ona može da vidiš dosta redom i to.
Sad ću ti nešto reći, kad staviš shadow quality na off u gun showdownu, znaš šta se dešava? Karakteri kao što je Kane i Headsman nemaju senku uopšte, znaš? A jedini način da ih vidiš je zapravo da vidiš prvo senku koja hoda po polu i onda vidiš čitav karakter. Ja objasnim. Ovako profesionalno. Ne želiš da isključiš senke na off-pan.
Makar je meni u principu glupo imat hunt na 4K kad mi je monitor 2K.
Ti koristiš ono kao... Da, tako je.
Onda da mučiš gap.
Da, znam što brzo. Ako nemaš 4K monitor nije...
Ne, nemam. Moj monitor 2K, Samsungov onaj i... Ne, nisam ni htio kupovat 4K, ne vidim poantu. Ako ćemo realno, koliko ti golim okom vidiš razliku 2K i 4K. A ti si onda...
Vidiš na 4K monitoru. 2K ne vidiš.
Ali ti imaš onda neki čudesno 67 3K, XT, a imam 69 3K, koja je duplo jača od te...
Dobro, bori se. Čovjek je uzeo 4K teksture i razumeš? Kapiraš? O tome se radi. Upscaling radi, zato ima 90. Dobro, ali onda ti objasnim, budeš tvrdo glavu.
Ne, ja nemam 4K monitor, čuješ, ja imam 2K monitor.
Kako možeš ti da prikažeš onda 4K u haku?
Pa nit mi vjerojatno... Šta imam?
Rade on tu rezoluciju ti radi samo ako staviš rezoluciju 2K.
Is all this cloak and dagger stuff necessary? I'm the one who called you, remember?
I'm not the one that needs convincing.
Ljudi,
keep walking. Welcome to Operation Tripod. The boss would like a word with you.
Pa ko me pogodio?
On dok umirio.
A koje su to gluposti? Stari, ja ga ubijem, ti zajedno ga ubijemo i on me pogodi.
Energy production from n-dimensional interactions. It was purely theoretical. Right up until it wasn't. As for Zakayev, I had no idea I was working for a terrorist.
You're lying.
I thought he was the CEO. I'm a physicist, not a mind reader. And I wouldn't have had to work for him, or anyone, if you assholes hadn't shut me down. Zakayev is still out there with even more weapons-grade Ethereum, but I happen to know he keeps it on his person at all times. Why would I tell you that if I didn't want him stopped? Look, I know this element down to its protons.
Bravo.
I'm fairly certain I can find a way to neutralize it.
Fairly certain won't cut it. Can you do it or not? Perhaps we should hear her out.
Yeah, but
Please, I have to fix this. I may be the only person who can.
You better be right. Extraction's going great. Gonna make a killing selling this Ethereum.
When I've enriched enough to make more of these, you can do as you please with the rest.
And what about our runner?
She's played her part. Find her and kill her.
Znači, Ošku?
Znam. Tu su ga u toj velikoj.
Budem ga zapalio, makni se.
Zapali. Nema toliko se pa do toga. Ma jako su. Ali ima. Dobro. Evo ga.
Vidiš ga?
Evo.
Đubre jedno. Sad još nam fali jedan.
Ovo je jako grub čovjek.
Zašto misliš da je grub čovjek? Pa nije.
Promašao si ga, nije me ubio. Dosi su.
A ja mislim da sam stavio na trios, ali dobro.
Ja se, ali ubacujem se. Znači ba. Ovo je blizu mene.
Da. Tu je krokodil, čeka da zovem klu.
Da puni se.
Ne, ja imam special ammo. Čekaj sekundu.
Aj?
Čekaj samo sekundu.
Aj sad dok su... Ko se mece boss. Mislio sam ono dok su u feci da im... Upadam ko specijalci.
Okej.
Vidite, svi specijalci.
Ljudi. Ljudi su tu blizu.
Odlično. Full damage.
Jednog sam ubio.
Bez. Diži me.
Tu je.
Ušli su... Evo ga.
A, tradova. Da. A jebi ga.
Jebem ti full damage. Ubio sam gol jednog.
Ja sam ubio dole jednoga s dinamitom i sad sam ovoga, ali jebi ga. S ovim sam trade, jel bilo mi je tebe dići da me ubije ili njega uba i taman smo... Čekaj, imam 4 kila.
Oh, very nice. I like.
Dobro. Nekaj me tu sad jebe ova grafika.
Ubio si 2 ovamo i 2 ovamo.
Jebe me grafika, znači...
Za čega? Ovo, stavi to. Is. Whatever.
Here. Seth. Here.
Anyway.
Prof Amizi. Welcome to my channel. Okay. Welcome to my channel. Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel. Aqua. Welcome to my channel. DNK. Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost. Welcome to my channel. Lihorn. Welcome to my channel.
Znam že budem isto gledat. Ako mi ne sjedne na... Sjedi! Čekaj, kada se rep. Mislim da izašao novi Tekken, ne znam jesi gledao.
Čega?
Tekken novi izašao. Pa bilo je kod Tek, kad smo gledali onaj speedrun izašao ti je...
Vidio sam onaj, posjetiti ga.
Ejdi, sjedi.
Samo tako tebe.
Dođi.
Bup.
Prvo miriše, to interesant sam bio, znaš.
Ima i kokica nekih. Što se drži.
Sjedi, maček. Sjedim ja. Sjedi. Spavaj. Ne. Ne. Šta se radi, ljudi?
A evo napadaju nas, mamu im jebem.
Odavde.
A vidim ga, da. Mislim vidim ga, čujem ga.
Ruska invazija.
A doslovno. A daj, odi u pičku materinu. Pa ne kužim
Ja ne znam
kako...
što on pogađa, sine.
Pa ja ne znam kak pogađa. Kroz čok bomb, kroz sve, svaki put me pogodi.
Mislim, znate kako gađam, moram da pričam.
Ma znam, da. Evo, pogađaj si mamu, jebem ti mater. Evo, ovaj puca kroz zid, jeboti. Evo, glavo. Opet labelo.
A lakše je slabelo, ne mora da reloadi, može da pobije čitav server.
A da, ne mora ni...
Ne mora da reloadi nijednom.
Da, znam. Jesi ga ubio više? Jebao mu pas mater. A imaju bomb...
Casement oko imaju.
Ma da, onaj s labelom.
A tu ima još.
Stari, a bombi imaju koliko hoćeš.
Da, to je drugi cheat.
Begom. O, oca vam jebem, da vam jebem. Diži me. O jebote, koliko više ima tih dinamita?
45.
Pogodio sam ga s vatrom.
Ma da.
Ma daj.
Koliko puta ubio ovaj? 5 puta ubio, jebote. Ne mogu da...
Da, ubio me jedno 4 puta.
Jeste vi završili?
Jes.
Treba još jedan?
Treba.
Možda, hoće.
Mogu da odigram 1-2 meča s vama.
Hajde. Idem da mu sad, da idem vidjet ko je, ako je Rus, jebat ću mu mamu. A daj me nemoj, kroz čok bomb frajer pogađa, znači izvana...
Ne samo mi municije, znači bi...
Da.
Koji 7 kilo, pa nisi samo 7 kilo imao, evo ti imao sam više kilova.
Znaš da nekad ne računa kilo.
Nekad puši kurac.
Vjerojatno igrate protiv 30, ali?
Pa da.
Pa zato sam
samo noga sam ubio 3 puta. Čekajmo kako se zove ona mama.
Ha, Lucinda 250. I to je novi igrač. Da ima 70 kg. Iz Italije, Lucinda.
Šitej. I što znači to šitej?
A?
Šitej. Što znači to?
To ti je pronoun. Znaš?
Dobro i...
Šta
je
on, oni, ona, one, mi, oni. Binarni su, znaš, nisu ono kao muški, ženski, već su kao muško-ženski, žensko-muški, znaš.
Koji kurac, sine, koji kurac.
Ne kapiraš šta sam ti rekao, da?
Mene ubilo 3 različita čovjeka.
Da.
Ne kuži mi, sva trojica su me ubili.
Samo da ti nađem ima ja.
Sad me naći.
Snake.
Snake.
Ma ide u 3 pičke materne više s tom igrom.
A znamo odakle si tu bio.
A?
Znamo odakle te ubio. Ali to je jako teško da se vidi.
I još kroz čok bomb. Jer cijelo vrijeme je skoro bio čok bomb na vratima. Hajde, dobro. Šta reći? Čekaj, u biti nisam... Neću uzeti pušku, jer tak nema borbi na daljinu, neću uzeti. Uzet ćemo... Tu 90% borbi nije na daljinu, nego na blizinu jebate.
Winchesterka sa full metal jacketom. Toliko ti treba. Ništa drugo.
Misliš na Winfield?
Pa Winfield. Šta god da su izmislili.
Ma dobro, Winfield.
Winchester model 1973. C, kompakt.
Invite je poslani, ti je prihvatikan.
Ne, ja ti inače koristim Sentinel.
Centennial, to je model 1995, medium ammo. Da.
Centennial sa
Da, ali...
high velocity ammo 800 metara u sekundi.
Nema to veze. Metak će udarit će u zid ili u metal i staći u mestu. Zato sam rekao da nema veze. Znam kako radi fiziku u Huntu. Da radi.
Znači onda je bolje uzeti sa full metal jack. Tak da probija sve.
Uopšte nema veze. Ko je gledao video koji sam danas linkovao, pogledaj samo, uopšte nema veze da li je full metal jacket ili high velocity. Bitno je da metak krene, udarit će nešto sigurno. Čim udari, znači dobije si hit. Čak i ako te ubije, dobit ćeš trade.
Da. Čekaj, sine Snake, ti si na 100. ovome. Zašto si išao na 100. prestiž?
Zato što imam 6000 sati. 5500 i nešto. Milan ima više trenutno od mene. Zašto mi je bilo dosadno? Zato što imao bi do sad $5 miliona. Imam samo 900.000. Dosadno mi je bilo.
Samo 900.000 imaš?
Svaki put kad uradiš prestiž izgubiš po $20 do $30.000.
Da, znam.
To je moja procjena, ne mora biti toliko tačno.
Dobro, ja imam 77.000 i tu se uvijek nekak držim oko tih 77. Ali ja trošim puno, kužiš.
Nema potrebe toliko trošiš. Koliko puta si poginuo da nisi iskoristio ni jedan consumable?
A nisam baš, nisam.
Neko te headshotuje i regeneration shot i ručna bomba i choke bomba, ništa od toga se ne iskoristi. Samo
vidi be, ovi ljudi nisu normalni.
Zašto?
Šta se dešava sa kreditom za samo u slučaju globalnog sukoba?
Aj stisni ti tam da si spreman, ajde pa ti kreditiraj šta hoćeš.
Pazi ili još refleksi.
Što? Nisam mogu jeftinije da uzmem od ovoga, znaš. Jesi vidio loadout?
Vidio sam da to ti kažeš.
A dobar mi reci šta ćeš ti
moj loadout je $150.
Dobar, šta ćeš ti sa tih 800.000?
Ali ne treba skuplji loadout. Ako radiš pogrešnu taktiku, ako u startu počneš da pucaš na drugu ekipu i treća ekipa ti se došunja s leđa, džaba si ti pon automat.
Ma dobro, ma znam, da. Da.
A opet, ako uđeš u boss arenu i ubiješ bossa i nađeš one, kako zovu, bear trapove i postaviš jednu na jedna vrata, drugu na druga vrata, pa onda zadržavaš ekipu koja prva dođe dok ne dođe treća ekipa, pa onda se oni počnu šibati. To se tako dobro zvuči u teoriji.
Pa dobro, pa ima nešto o tome, pa u 90% slučajeva tako i je.
Ali ja ne nosim koncertina bombe i koncertina žice, to mi je trošenje vremena i bacanje para i usporavanje igre. Nenad se nešto drugo smeje, ima drugi monitor.
Dobro, ali Nenad to nosi, ajde.
Znam da nosi, zato što to nosi svi.
Šta?
Ja ne nosim.
Žice i tako te objekte.
Ja nosim zamke da bi mogu da navatam ljude, zato što niko ne gleda po noge.
Ja sam sasvim slučajno uzeo Vigilant, znaš, već 50 meča unazad uzima Vigilant, košta 1 poen. To ti da u Dark Side-u vidiš zamke.
Pa,
molim?
To ti koji razmišljaš.
Ne, nego imam 5000 sati. I par puta sam uzeo Bounty koji je ležao na podu i pored Bounty su bile 2 zamke i ubile su me. Par puta, ne, od 100 puta 2 puta su bile.
Ja imam tek 970 sati jer ja još moram puno naučiti. Ja kad ću imat 5000 sati, vjerojatno ću ja znat dosta toga sad. Dobar, ali istina i bog koji da uzmeš najjeftiniji loadout, ako znaš pucat, ubit ćeš ljude, ako ne znaš pucat, ni najskuplji loadout ti ne znači ništa. Jel tako?
Da.
Sjedi kako si mi potkinuo puce na ono to. Sve kad se budemo naći...
Idite napred, čekam da mi prođe poison da se mogu zalečiti.
Samo ima tu puno nelogičnosti, evo, prije 1-2 ure smo ja i Nenad igrali, znači lik ide na mene i ja ga sa sjekirom lupim. I znači meni nije ubojstvo, nego njegovo je koliko je me lupio sa katanom.
Zato što je dobio trade.
A udario sam ga prvi sa sjekirom.
Katana radi oko 300 damage.
Pa i sekira ova te ubije kad...
Okrenite se odmah na kick.
Ja sam pucao.
Okreni se odmah na kick snake. Pogledaj mapu.
Welcome to my channel.
Ko puca?
Ja! Zašto sam bacio chaos bombu, samo radite svoje.
Aha.
Ja sam bacio chaos bombu, opalio sam par metaka da bi zvučalo kao da se neko bori. Ako samo baciš chaos bombu, ništa se ne desi.
Ali idemo na King Snake jer gore je boss.
Nećeš u sredinu mape da uzmeš kur, ne.
A i blizu je ekstrakt zbog toga.
Isto ako lupuje na terenima, zatvara mapa, ono mogu da znam gdje.
Jesi li ti aligator, lovac?
Ko je?
Ja sam.
Ti si aligator, ne? Nenade, pucaju na tebe, ne? Nema komunikacije. Nenade!
Umre.
Nije umro, nego ga neko sad zvao. Nekoga je zvao i on je morao da jebi ga isto ko i meni. Ljudi ulaze ko na traci. I sad nema komunikacije i to je to, mrtav. Ako je boss tamo i bio si siguran da je tamo.
Ljudi me ja puno.
A nije te roknuo čovjek gušter.
Da.
Znam da su te roknuli ljudi. Gledam kako da priđem da me ne ubiju, znaš.
Tu su iza nas, leđa.
Kako iza tebe? A na rudniku su bili, nema.
Ja, tu su, evo idem.
A ovo su drugi ljudi, druga ekipa.
Druga ekipa, da.
Pusti ih da prođe, Tomislava.
A ova ide ravno na mene.
Možeš li da se ne pomeraš ako te ne puca na tebe?
Dobar, nije me vidio.
Vidio sam ga ja, žena neka prošla napred.
Da, pa rekao si da je upustim, jebi ga, nisam je napadao kad si rekao da je pustim.
Čekaj, na ovoj mapi ima aligator.
Ima.
Ko je diskonektovan?
Tomislav.
Meni se neke, a ja ne mogu vjerovati, jebem ti hunt i sve. Znači samo od sebe me izbaci, mislim...
Pući da oni pokupi pomoć i izađu pobija aligator.
O jebem ti hunt, u guzicu da ti jebem hunt. Ja ne znam kaj se dešava s tim huntom i s tim serverima. Samo sad se meni... Samo dobro, nije me hitl skroz van iz igre, nego samo se rekonektira. Ali velim, ne kužim zbog čega.
Neko se šunja oko nas. Na 3.45.
A jebi ga, nemam, nisam uopće još u igri.
Pa, zato čekam, ne idem da tražim drugog bossa.
Serveri su im za kurac. Čujem jako pucketanje. Gdje se neko bori?
Ekipa koja je na bossu i ekipa koja je naišla se bori.
Pa čujem neko pucketanje.
Neko je digao vrane na Stanley Coal Mine.
I sad će ti biti da ja uopće ne bom zvuka imao kad uđem u igru. 100%. Kad se tak desi onda nemam zvuka. Ono, znaš, čujem sve ko da je prigušeno 92%. Znači, čujem nešto, ali ne sve. I to je onda kurac od igre. Jel Nenad izgorio skroz?
Full.
Nenade, jebi ga.
Ne, nije jebi ga. Idemo da nađemo klove od aligatora.
Nenad je izgorio si ko šibica. Nema opet Nenada.
Nenad je... negdje.
Robo je zaginuo ili?
Ne, on je AFK.
Mene je izbacilo van sad. Rekonektira se ponovo.
Još uvijek se živi.
Da, znam da sam živ, ali... Pisala mi je da sam živ,
Kako je grupu preokopala njega, to ne možeš da veliš.
Welcome to my channel.
Ko je prošao pred koga?
Dobro, ja imam dobar skin, pa me možda neće vidjeti u genu.
Ti stojiš u starač bunu.
Da. Ali imam skin dobar, pa bi...
Ona žena, crnog preokopala njega, nikom vidio.
Ne me vidi, pa imam skin dobar, ne vidite. To i onaj drugi skin, onaj headsman, kak se zove. Isto, pa to ti je onaj jedan rahta ili onaj drugi koji znam gledat na YouTube-u. Baš ti je fair pokazivo, znači uđeš u kompon, ne znam koji kompon. Stoji u čošku i ne miče se, znači nikoga apsolutno.
Znam, okrene leđa prema zidu.
Da, no i nikoga ne vidi. A ovaj skin kaj sad imam, on je dobar za kuruzu i za šumu. Da staneš popje drva, te isto slabo ko vidi. Sam ja ne znam šta čeka da se stone. Samo vrti, ništa ne dešava. Lijepo, sve. I hunt i sve. To što mi nekad dođe da samo napravim delete.
Pa su toliko ljudi koji pokreću eksploitove u pozadini. Nije Nenad tamo vozio s tim mislio da. Znaš? Nisi mnogo promašio. Pogodio si bossa regiona.
Istina, da. Mislim da od ovog je konektiranja ništa. Ne znam.
Ako ti ne uspije, idi Alt F4.
Dok ti učitava mapu, odeš Alt F4 i onda opet konektiš.
Easy anti-cheat material ne vredi ništa.
Vredi. Znaš šta vredi? Da ti konstantno radi u pozadini i jede resurse od hard diska.
Da, znam.
To me služi iz anti-cheat. Konstantno ti provjerava fajlove na kompjuteru. To radi.
A ne znam, to bi onaj painkiller mi je nešto obećnjavao. Zadnji put sam gledao, da uopće ne trebaš nije taj anti-cheat, veli dovoljno je da se malo kužiš. Veli odeš u file gdje je hunt i tamo promijeniš u onom jednom fajlu promijeniš neke gluposti i veli apsolutno veli možeš napraviti da vidiš di su igrači i da vidiš one wall check sve bez ikakvog anti-cheata.
Prestani. Prestani od stvari. Prestani. Jedan je mrtav, drugi je diskonektovan. Nije zabavno.
Momci, što se redi?
Evo ne ginem.
Bravo.
Pokušavamo se konektirat nazad u jebeni kan.
Ne, serim da je nešto usralo se.
Ma jaj. Mene je izbacilo van. Nenad je poginuo.
Idu kurac. Idu kurac, mrtav sam ja.
A ti igraš?
A ne igram, zato što sam sam na mapi, razumeš, nema koga. Jedan je diskonektovan, drugi je umro zato što je trčao na njih.
Kad sam mrtav?
Nisi, ti si još uvijek na serveru, razumeš?
Ajde.
Ti si mrtav?
A mrtav sam, ubio me čovjek dok sam išao preko sredine mape.
Aha, dobro idem te ja oživit, ajde.
Ne znam kako ćeš me oživjeti, ali probaj.
Zašto ne mogu oživiti?
Moraš se prvo rekonektovati.
Pa ušao sam u igru.
Dobro. Ubio me cowboy sa Springfield kragom.
Bravo.
Ti goriš?
Ne gorim trenutno.
Njemu da ideš kad njemu.
Zapalili si me, nemoj da se trudiš. Znaš, gdje ti je boss?
Čekaj da izađu i ubi posle ovoga.
Ne, zapali si me, nemoj da se trudiš. Zašto on poskakuje meni?
Ne, niko mene poskakuje.
To što je bug.
To sam čuo, ali ovo je prvi put da to vidim. Ne, znaš da idi? Iza Ash Creek Lambera ti je boss. Iza Ash Creek Lambera.
Pa dobro, pa tam moram ići.
Da, nemoj me dizat. Oni su ti verovatno negde u žbunju oko mog leša, čekaj da izgorim.
Čekaj. Tu su.
Pusti da odu na bossa jednu.
Nemoj da se trudiš, kampuj me ne vidiš ih. Ja ih nisam vidio, ni vidio ni čuo. Dobio sam metak u leđu. Jel te ubio čovjek sa Mostinom ili sa Springfieldom, ne znam?
Ubio me Swing, kako se zovem?
Mostin ili Springfield?
Dolch Precision, a on je to zapalio i sveče.
Nemaš ti vidljivost, to je goli mrak tamo, ti si osvetljen tu, oni su u senci negdje.
Vilazim. Welcome to my channel.
Jebem ti matrasa.
Samo bez veze privlačiš pažnju AI. Napravi krugu ko Fisher je veliki, to ti je moj savjet.
Pa ide. Pa idem na krug, samo me jebu ove jebene zmije jebene, zmijama i sve.
Kakve zmije?
Vodene zmije, water devil.
Voda.
Ove što ujedadu.
Još uvijek trče oko mene, čujem dva bata koraka. Čekali su da izgorim. Bolje što nisi išao da gasiš.
Ujeda to.
Je, samo ja još trebam ubiti bossa.
Preblizu si
Šta je,
njemu.
ti spreman, Boris?
Ti si sad u 100 metara pored njih. Nemoj tu da stojiš. Samo nastavi da
dvojke će.
Šta kažeš?
Ma dvojke.
Dvojčice?
Ja, da više akcije bude. Da više puta izgineš.
Dobro, podržavam.
To ti zombi traži ti.
Si ono crno visio na šok? Na gore i dole? Aha.
Pa jesi našao autofil?
Da, nego nisam kad sam skopirao neko misliš. Tek on skontao da sam okačio onaj što.
A? Bili su na mom lešu do zadnje sekunde, znaš. To ti je na 100 metara, ispod 100 metara.
Slučaj, to mislim. A? Pusti gdje izrađiš te mape i ona napani bossem. Bez toga nemoj da ih napadiš. Kako sam genijalnu poruku imao danas kad smo kratko igrali pre nešto što Saška došla. Lik se javio na streamu.
Da?
Hey bro. Kao, hoćemo da igramo. Da vidiš da sam ubio sve. Ajde to je, hoćemo da igramo.
Ja mislim da ti je to ona loko tamo desno iza Ash Creek Lambera, onaj mali kao džep vode. Da je tamo.
Da, vidim.
Tako je pokazivao onaj trag.
Hoće koga da vodi?
A mrzim tog bossa.
Pa... Vidjet ćeš.
Da.
Kako je ono dobro ispalo na klipu, ono boom, kill dead. Dobro ubacio, a?
Jesi.
Kill dead.
Ja, tu mi je klub.
Ja mislim da je tu negdje boss. A mislim da ćeš tu možda i naći na one.
A jebat ti bol.
Ne verujem. Ne verujem.
Banti je izašao van.
Ne, nije. Nego je Banti poginuo.
Da, vidim.
Gdje je on? Dole na jugu. Da, upper desale, lower desale. Južni deo mapu.
Znaš gdje je to?
Između lower i upper desale.
Niči da vedeš. To je dole ispred kamenolama.
Ne verujem.
Nema, čuj, nema.
Vidjet će kad pređe most između upper i lower desale.
Ja namjerno mislim da ti igraš. I naravno ono je otišao kanale. A dobro, igrali smo ja tim. A da, ali pre toga kad je Milan teo, ja namjerno nisam teo. Ja da sam kenio nešto na film.
Da.
Išao sam preko sredine mape kroz onaj...
To mi je posebno uživanje da njega...
Kroz sredinu reke, bukvalno nije bilo kavera.
Nije logično da su te našli.
Nije logično, ali tako je.
Hattori i Hanzo, a?
Hattori, uterati batori!
Baš u tom trenutku su naišli za mene, a? Kad sam išao bez kavere. Mojte staviti samo da trčiš. Tele ćete gađat. Znam, ali samo trči. Nećete stići onaj hive. Sad samo trči. Tu imaš pse, pazi, polako čude. Prošlo je pored njega. Vidi? Dobije hit. Jesi vidio? Jesi vidio?
Da.
Tu je. Našao sam ga.
Naš anđeo.
Jesi?
Tu je negdje, da.
Kad hoda, zemlju ne dodiruje. Nemoj da ga napadaš dok izađe bounty.
Ne izlazi. Da nemaš stamina shot.
Nemam, jebi ga. To me i jebe kaj nemam.
Idem ka napolje, to čekaj da prvo oni.
Pa čekaj da ga nađem, jebemo mater.
Ispred tebe, tamo ispod mosta, mislim.
Sad se primetio, Franjo, da više ljude lože da gledaju te kraće klipove 4-5.
Nemaju strpljenja da gledaju duže.
Da treba napraviti što više kraćih.
Brate moj, dobro se skonto. Sa kraćih ti dođu na duže.
Pravo pa levo.
Ako ima neko attention span, ako nema, ne onda ga ljudi.
Imaš ti health ili stamin, nešto za healovanje?
Imam još 3 health.
Šta da ti ja kažem na...
Samo malo, ne vidi da ga pucaš.
Video sam 5000 pregleda.
Nemoj da ga udaraš, samo ga pucaj. Ili nađi sekiru, ako možeš negdje.
A na ove što sam se potrudio, dobio sam 200-300.
Ne, dovoljan ti je 1-2 udarca da mu skineš 4 health.
A ne čujem kur.
Nenade.
Preko 4
Monitor, prebacimo si...
Pa zato nema pravila. Pitanje je kad postaviš, što moraš da skontaš.
Hvala. Sekirom sa 2 heavy ataka ćeš mu skinut 4 health. I tako malo po malo skinut ćeš mu full health.
Da, znam, ali nemam nigdje sekiru.
I imaš tamo u selu.
Da, nemam nigdje ni blizu ovaj.
Pucaj u njega, da zatežem.
Čekaj da ga probam pogoditi sa granatom.
Ne, nećeš mu ništa skinut.
Misliš da neću?
Nećeš, to ne radi ništa.
Da imam ovaj bomb, kak se zove?
Bomb lens.
Ne bomb lens, onaj vosak, dinamit, on bi mu skinuo.
Ne.
Pobegne odmah u vodu. Pobegne.
Ali to možda uradiš. Da sad čekaš da izađe iznad vode.
I puca po njemu. Ali to bu trajalo 3 gladne godine.
Ako ćeš to da radiš, uđi u vodu i sačekaj ga. Kad ti uđeš u vodu, on će krenuti da izlazi. I samo ga izbjegavaj. Znaš da ga izbjegavaš?
Da skočim u desno.
Samo odeš desno ili levo. Ali nemoj nazad, nikad unazad. Jer će te unazad će uvijek ići prema tebi. Znači ili levo ili desno. A sad se healuj jer će te ubiti.
A da.
Ajme pokušaš. Oći do supply.
A nemam nigdje blizu supply u pičičku maternu. Vidiš mapu?
Imaš ispod prizona. Sačekat ćemo te, imaš 20 minuta.
Nekaj, si ti možda imaš i ovamo.
Ma možda nađe u